to welcome all of you here at High School of Economics presentation of our online master programs. Thank you that you have found the opportunity to join us today. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Ksenia Kidimova. And I'm the Deputy Director of e-learning office at HSE University. Sorry, here we have some technical problems because now you can hear. Okay, let's try once again. Okay, sorry, I'm here back with you, and let me introduce myself. My name is Ksenia Kidimova. I'm the Deputy Director of e-learning office at HSE University, responsible for the new online projects, including online master's degree programs. So thank you for joining us. And I'd like to start with a brief overview of HSE University and its online programs, and then pass the word to our academic supervisors and industry experts. Today, you'll get acquainted with the following programs shown on this slide now. So in the first part of our day, we have presentations of Master of Data and Network Analytics, Master of Computer Vision, Master of Data Science. Each program has about 30 minutes to present and then about 10 minutes to answer some of the most popular questions. Then we have 60 minutes career training from the founder of the University of Career Development. And the second part of our open day will be devoted to masters in the field of economics and finance. They are Master of Finance and Master of Business Analytics. During all presentations, we encourage you to leave your questions in the chat below. At the end of each program's time slot, we'll have about 10 minutes for Q&A session. Please do not hesitate to ask your questions in the chat below. There is also a link to a Google form where you can ask a question as well. We'll pass all of them to our speakers. Both the chat and the Google form are open for your questions up to the end of our open day event today. And now, let me tell a few words about HSE University. National Research University, High School of Economics, HSE University for short, is one of the largest and the most prestigious institutions of higher education in Russia, as well as in the CIS countries and Eastern Europe. HSE University was established in 1992, and in just over 2 decades, it has grown from a specialized institution focused on social and economic sciences to a comprehensive university engaged in multidisciplinary research, international cooperation, and digital education. HSE is a dynamic university with more than 40,000 students on 4 campuses in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Nizhny Novgorod, and Perm. HSE University is a leader in combining Russian education traditions with the best international practices in teaching and research. The university offers high-quality education at all levels, from a lyceum for school students to postgraduate and MBA programs. HSE University follows the example of world-famous universities such as MIT and Caltech that integrate the study of economics, engineering, and the humanities. Now, at HSE, students can pursue training in a wide range of fields, including the social sciences, economics, humanities, law, engineering, computer science, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and biotechnology, as well as the creative disciplines. Recently ranked first place in Forbes Universities for the Future Elite 2020 ranking, and consistently ranked as one of Russia's top university. Additionally, HSE University has made the 2020 QS World University Rankings by subject in 23 broad and specific subject areas. HSE University, since its inception, has been working in tight collaboration with international universities and research organizations, while also participating in international comparative studies. HSE faculties and academic groups engage foreign partners to enhance the teaching, learning outcomes, and research profiles of the partners involved. HSE University supports student and academic mobility, internships, joint research, international conference, seminars, and summer schools. HSE University has more than 350 international partners from 63 countries, with opportunities for students to study in double degree or exchange programs. Our faculty, researchers, and students represent over 100 countries and are dedicated to maintaining the highest academic standards. By attracting talents, irrespective of the country of origin, we ensure the quality of our teaching and research. Every year, an increasing number of international students come to HSE University from more than 50 countries. Most of international students come to participate in our university master programs, which is often an opportunity to change one's field of studies and master a new area of specialization. English taught degree programs are an integral part of HSE high-quality curriculum. As for the 2021 admissions period, we have 44 master programs taught in English. 5 of them are in online format. Our university is a part of multidimensional educational space, which includes such aspects as geography, partners, languages, and formats of study. This is a complex educational space where many institutions collaborate and different aspects of educational process are being constantly improved to create a modern, dynamic, flexible, and adaptive learning system that takes into account both the global changes in the labor markets and technological innovations, such as social media and new communication formats, machine learning and data mining, artificial intelligence, and so on. As I've already mentioned, HSE is initially a university with a distributed campus. Actually, we have 4 campuses in 4 different cities. And now the geography of our educational process is expanding both through cooperation with partner universities and through the involvement of teachers and students from around the world. On the one hand, we have 60 partner universities in Russia and abroad, training their students in our online courses, which means that they officially include our online courses in their students' curricula. On the other hand, our university also includes more than 500 online courses into our own students' curricula to provide a wide range of high-quality electives for our on-campus students. We expand opportunities for international cooperation, increasing the range of programs taught in English, both at undergraduate and graduate levels. Another element of this new educational space is called online format. And starting from 2020, HSE launched our first full-fledged online Master of Data Science program, which now has 220 students, including 92 international students representing 36 countries. And starting with our first MOOC, Massive Open Online course in 2013, we moved step by step, building our competences and developing methods and technology of online learning. We launched a number of MOOCs on Coursera, as well as on Russian national educational platform of online education and on our internal university platform. Then created several highly rated successful specializations. Specialization, as you may already know, is a set of practice-oriented rigorous courses and hand-on projects which lead to mastering a specific career or professional skill. For example, HSE specialization Advanced Machine Learning from our Faculty of Computer Science received the Coursera Innovation Award in 2019. And now our university has a full line of online educational products, including full-fledged bachelor's and master's online programs in Russian and English. For students, HSE Online is a way to engage with the university via the screen. For teachers, it means an audience consisting of several thousands of curious and eager students. For researchers, it's a promising platform for new discoveries. And for HSE, it means new models of teaching and studying. There are several areas of expertise to mention when we talk about online education at our university. It's an expertise in digital content creation and development of digital products in collaboration with industry leaders, such as Google and Yandex. Another important point in which I'd like to draw your attention is an expertise in the field of organizing educational process and accompanying students, including in external ones. And the last but not the least is an expertise in the use of technologies that ensure the quality of educational process and assessment procedures. Our university provides a variety of technologies such as proctoring, a system of remote exam control, online course assistance, psychometrics, and big data analysis. The quality of our university expertise in the field of online education is proven by practice. The fact is that our online courses and student support technologies have been tested on 1 million audience. And now we look at open online courses as at one of the best ways to make the university audience transparent and demonstrate the university's quality standards to the audience of tens of thousands. And the quality of HSE University online products is also proven by a long-term strategic partnership between our university and Coursera platform. Of course, all of you know about the global education platform Coursera with its 77 million users from all over the globe, so I could easily skip half of this slide, just mentioning that in 2020, our university was in the 5th place in the world by the number of courses and in 11th place by the number of students on Coursera. HSE presence on Coursera platform has been rapidly increasing since 2014. We reached the number of 125 online courses and exceeded 3 million enrollments point by 2020. By 2019, we also launched 7 specializations, and the next step of our collaboration with Coursera was launching our first online degree program, its Master of Data Science, in 2020. As you may know, Coursera partners with leading universities to deliver the world's best online degree programs. Among other top global universities, our university met the challenge of launching 5 master programs in some of today's most in-demand fields, including computer science and data science, economics and finance. And now HSE University is the only Russian university offering master programs on Coursera. Based on our previous experience and expertise, together with Coursera team, we developed some principles that guarantee the outstanding quality of our programs. First of all, it is the university and its professors who lecture both on campus and online. That means that you don't need to quit your job or move to a new city to earn a top university degree. You can learn from the same professors and graduate with the high quality credential from the same university. Each week of every course, you will join a live global classroom. You will be involved in give and take discussions with faculty, not just listen to a lecture. You will also benefit from team-based learning and live expert instruction. Online degrees on Coursera are powered by technology that helps you spark meaningful connections with faculty and your peers. Throughout the program, you may attend online lectures from anywhere and interact directly with professors and classmates. All mentioned today about the quality and peculiarities of HSE Online master degree programs on Coursera can be also applied to all our Russian taught degree programs delivered on HSE internal platform. The full list of programs is available to each of you at online.hse.ru. And today you will learn more about 5 master programs. Master of Data and Network Analytics, Master of Computer Vision, Master of Data Science, Master of Finance, and Master of Business Analytics. And before I give the floor, or rather a camera, to the representatives of these programs, let me draw your attention to some important points which apply to all online master programs of our university. First of all, the most recent question about a diploma you get. Upon completion of the program, you will receive the same diploma as our on-campus students. Another point concerns learning content. Apart from online courses, you'll get feedback and take part in live workshops, seminars, projects, and hand-on sessions. It means interactivity. So classroom work and contact with professors and tutors are required on certain days. There are also projects and research seminars, as well as working with industry experts already included in the curriculum. You can also rely on the ongoing support of Programs Training Office and will have an opportunity to interact directly with the academic supervisor of your program. As you enter our university, you become a member of our students' community and you'll get the full access to all services and resources of the university. Among services available to any student online or on campus, I should mention several. First of all, it's electronic resources. To be more precise, electronic library of the High School of Economics and remote access to statistical and analytical databases. Then you can join scientific seminars, open lectures, online discussions with experts. And also, you can join over 100 student organizations. Some of them moved their activities online during 2020 because of the pandemic. We also have career services, including career advice on the resume and selection process, career maps for different areas of study with salary requirements, prospects, and also regular selection of vacancies on the website and social networks of HSE Career Services. As I have already mentioned, one of our online master programs has been launched in 2020, and we observe that students benefit most by making connections with faculty members and classmates from all around the world. And throughout the degree, students are paired with faculty member advisors and industry experts as they work through their final project, which involves solving a real-world problem with techniques taught in the program. There are also some other benefits, which my colleagues will mention later today. And now it's time for our Q&A session. We got several questions. I will read some of them and try to give a short short answers. So here we have two similar questions about degree and what is the official degree I will get after completing the program. Upon completion of the program, students receive a master from HSE University issued by the Russian government. The online mode won't be mentioned on the diploma. You will receive the same diploma as on-campus students. It will be issued in Russian, and you'll receive the diploma supplement, so-called supplement to degree certificate. It's an official document that facilitates recognition of national higher education certificates in Europe and confirms students' qualification. Then moving to another question, it's about how much time do I need to devote to my study? Well, actually, to complete the program successfully, we recommend you to spend about 20 to 30 hours per week. However, the amount of time which you will need to devote to your study also depends on your background, of course. Please also note that most of students study minimum 2 courses in parallel. Okay, some more questions I see here. Can I work and study in one of your online programs at the same time? The short answer is yes. There are students who successfully combine their work and study in our master programs. One more question about schedules. Is there a schedule for classes? Generally speaking, all the lectures are pre-recorded and you can study the courses on your own schedule. However, there are special assignments that have strict deadlines. There are also several live events on each course. We highly recommend attending live sessions so that you can ask questions directly to the instructor and immediately get a response. Live events are usually conducted twice a day to accommodate people from different time zones. One more question about financial aid. Can I get any financial aid? Well, no, but some tuition fee discounts are available on the basis of country residence. The discount is valid for the whole period of your studies, and the tuition fee is paid in 3 equal installments before each semester starts. And now the last question I'm to answer is about student ID cards and availability of HSE University services, software, libraries, and so on. Here I have to say that all students enrolled in our online degree programs are officially HSE students, and they can get students' ID cards, and they get full access to all our university services available to our on-campus students. So thank you very much for your attention, and now it's time to our first program presentation. I'm happy to give a word to Professor Valentina Kuskova, the academic supervisor of Master of Data and Network Analytics. Hello, Professor Kuskova, glad to see you today.
Thank you.
You will have about 30 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll kindly ask you to stay with us for another 10 minutes to answer questions.
Of course. And let me start the slideshow. While I'm doing that, please allow me to introduce also Ms. Anna Sokol, who is the Deputy Academic Supervisor and my right hand when it comes to online master degree on Coursera. And as Ksenia said, the name of our program is Master of Data and Network Analytics. And I want to talk about expanding opportunities that our program offers. But before we start, I want to ask you a question. And I promise there is a reason for that. How large is your phone storage? I mean, do you even know? I mean, some people know. So for some people, phone storage is paramount when choosing a new phone. But if it takes you time to think about that, most of the personal computers in 2000s had about 40 gigabytes of storage space. Your phone today, if it's very, very basic, it's probably about 60 gigabytes. And if you have top of the line iPhone, and that was the last time I checked the top of the line, iPhone changes so much, I don't really know what the true top of the line is, but it was about 500 gigabytes, okay? So 20 years ago, a computer with 40 gigabytes of storage was considered top of the line. Now we have phones that have that much. All right, so where do we go with that? 1 gigabyte is 1000 megabytes. And here's a note, that's actually 1024 because byte is 8 bits, and then it's 2 times from that point on. So, but I'll say approximately 1000, okay? So it's 1000 times whatever storage you have. And of course, the gigabyte is something that allows you to browse internet for about 12 hours, stream 200 songs, or do 2 hours of standard definition video. So multiply that by 60 or 500. And then of course, gigabyte consists of megabytes, and that's 1000 kilobytes. And 1 kilobyte is 1000 bytes, and we know that a byte is 8 bits. You'll see where I'm going with that, okay? So when we keep talking about that, 1000 gigabytes gives us 1 terabyte. 1000, again, approximately, right? 1000 terabytes is 1 petabyte. 1000 petabytes is 1 exabyte. And we finally have gotten to a zettabytes, which is 1000 of exabytes. And what's that? Well, the reason why I'm talking about this is in 2018 alone, 33 zettabytes of data were generated in the world. And if you didn't really follow my math from the very beginning, that's 180,591 and then 70 more digits of bytes that were generated in the world in just 1 year. Now, they say that by the time we reach 2025, we're going to have 175 zettabytes of data. So about 3 times what we have now. And if you were to put it in a stack of DVDs, that would be a stack long enough to circle the Earth 222 times. And it's a DVD without the case, okay? Or if you wanted to download all available data, at the current average internet speed, that would take you about 1.8 billion years. Now, of course, you can ask for help from everyone who lives on the planet right now, and then it's doable in 81 days. But that's still a lot of data. And how much a lot? Can you weigh that data? Well, technically, yes, you can, because 50 kilobytes is approximately 8 billion electrons, and we know the weight of electron. So all the internet data, at least what's available on the internet, is about 50 grams, or a weight of an average strawberry. Now, how much is it worth in your phones when we talk about those zettabytes of data? Well, I don't know how much it is in phones, but I know what the data market is worth. All those zettabytes of data provide for a very optimistic future. If data are available, who is going to be analyzing it? The need for analysis continues to increase, and so does the number of jobs that actually analyze that data. It's a very quick return of an investment. Lots of programs are paid, so you have to invest upfront, but salary growth in analytics outpaces growth in all other professions by a lot. By the way, all the claims I make, if you notice, have references on the end of the slide. And there is substantial cost of entry into profession, but not in terms of money, because even though cost is substantial, it's actually doable for lots of people. The problem is that the demand for education in all analysis-related area continuously outpaces supply. So you would be surprised probably to hear that. We are still in pandemic. We're just slowly coming out with all the advances in technology and immunizations and everything else. But during 2019, when the whole world stalled, when many people were left without jobs, the demand for data analytics actually grew. That gives you something about the importance of that profession. Well, there is need for high quality professions everywhere. For example, in the US, poor data quality costs the economy up to 3.1 trillion every year. So if data not managed and analyzed properly, economy loses money. Now, the market for data analytics could be worth up to 62 billion in banking, and that's compound annual growth rate of 13%. Or it could be worth close to 70 billion, and that's a year, in healthcare at compounded annual growth rate of 20%. Now, that's a lot of growth, and I can't go into every possible area, but I'm sure no matter the area you come from, there is a lot of demand for data analysis because data are everywhere. It's a whole strawberry worth of electrons. Think about how much that is. Well, 222 times around the world in DVDs. Now, another question I have for you is what else does your phone need in order to run? Storage, of course, is wonderful, but phones need networks. And what are networks? Of course, now that we have online networks such as LinkedIn and Facebook, and well, Coursera is an online platform, it's very easy to explain what networks are. But networks are just connected sets of something. It could be people, it could be computers, it could be practically anything else. And then we have ties between those nodes. And everything is connected with everything. And not only can we analyze each individual node, which we do in regular data analysis, we can analyze the connections that we make and importance of those connections on the nodes themselves. They are applicable everywhere, not just for the phones, I mean, literally everywhere. And they answer lots of questions from different backgrounds: power, status, rank, when we talk about people, organizations, motivation, what makes us social creatures more important, or what makes companies grow, how communities form, how we become more effective, and how anything spreads. And literally everything, starting from phone connections and phone calls and text messages we send to each other, and ending with, well, COVID-19, which of course is not a very good topic right now, not a good topic to joke about. So what can networks do? In addition to what I have showed already, they can show connections in corporations. They can show why some people purchase certain books, and recommender systems are based on those networks and connections. Have you noticed that when you do online shopping, lots of times you would get all sorts of other information presented to you saying, well, buy this or buy that, or people who bought what you bought also bought this. Well, that's also a power of networks. Spread of diseases, as I have already said, high school dating, and country trade. The pictures I show here are all published studies or studies available online. And they think, especially for those published studies, and look at the example of high school dating, notice they're different colors. Okay, so analysis has already been done, and you will notice looking at these pictures that network analytics is not only very descriptive, you can immediately see what's happening. It's also inferential. In our high school dating example, people are colored by the race they belong to. And I don't know which race is which. We have some greens, yellows, grays, somebody else. But just looking at the picture alone, you can tell that yellows hang out with yellows, green hang out with greens, and then there are some other things spread out throughout. So you get a lot of information from those networks. Believe it or not, you can analyze literally works such as Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings. And why am I talking about literally works? Well, literature belongs to a type of data called unstructured data. And out of those zettabytes, 222 times around the world CDs worth, about 90% of the data are unstructured. So there's a future growth potential in this analysis of unstructured data, which a lot of it can be done applying network analytics. And why I talk about all of this? Networks are insightful and fun and can be done with many different types of data and models. We can talk about something simple, or we can talk about something more advanced. We can talk about contagion, community, co-evolution, when networks change because of people who belong to it, and people who belong to a network change because of networks they belong to. We can model them in time and space. We can do lots of things. And the future of network analysis looks bright. If you paid attention, I showed you a couple of percentages before. I said that in analytics market, compound annual growth rate, in financial analytics market, compound annual growth rate of demands for the job and analysis is 13%. In healthcare, 20%. In network analytics, compound annual growth rate is 20.5%, which is the highest of all the other types of analysis. So, and that brings us to our master of data, which what we started to talk about, and network analytics. And our motto is state-of-the-art data and network analytics for insight discovery, prediction, and prescription in modern decision making. We are here to teach you the tools that would allow you to deal with those massive amounts of very different data in every area of the world, to generate insights out of the data so that you can make better decisions, no matter the profession you are in. Now, there are lots of questions that people ask me during open doors. Let's get some of them out of the way right away, and then I will tell you a little bit more about the program. So the first question is, how long does it take to complete the program? The average time to study is between 18 and 24 months, and that actually depends on how many courses you take at a time, and whether or not you take any breaks in between, and maybe some other personal factors. But typically, at least in our offline program, all students finish their program in 21 months. What's the cost? This is 1.2 million rubles, and remember, money is relative, so it's approximately $15,000. This is for the entire program. It's not for a semester, it's for the whole course of study. So if you break this up in early increments, that's about $7,500 or $8,000 a year, depending on how much time you take, right? Or maybe how much time you spend studying. So that's actually highly competitive given the quality of our program. And discounts are available. Discounts are available mostly based on region, as Ksenia has already said. What is the time commitment? It's 7 to 10 hours. And typically students take about 2 courses a semester at a time. Each course has 1 lecture of about 90 minutes, recorded. And those 2 lectures make for about 3 hours. And then there are about 2 webinars, 1 webinar for each course a week. So there's 1 webinar a week, that's another an hour and a half. And so that's about 4.5 hours total. So they say that the total amount of time you have to study is double or triple that amount. So depending on how you structure your studying and what's your background and what the courses you take. Some courses will take just the lecture and the webinar material because they're easier. Some courses will be a little bit harder. So approximately 7 to 10 hours that you can practically, except for the webinars, do at your own time. Now, structures, as I already said, is recorded lectures and live webinars where you can interact with other students, professors, faculty, and assistants. And I'll talk a little bit about community later. Someone asked me whether or not lots of math is required. When you see those complicated networks, you naturally think, oh, I must have lots of mathematical background. Well, none is required. And I already speak from experience of 4 years an offline program. Our online program is just a mirror of what we already offer. And we had people who were lawyers with no math whatsoever, linguists, and then we had some mathematicians, and then we had physicians, and we had a student who was a medical doctor with, I suspect, not very much background to start with in mathematics. I don't know how much math doctors learn now, and everything in between. We start from scratch. literally from ground zero in every course. And the learning curve and its steepness depends on how much you want to get from the course. Most topics are offered in 2 increments. For example, time series analysis, which is one of my favorite topics. It actually depends on what I teach. When I teach networks, I love networks more. When I teach time series, I love time series more. Time series is offered in 2 increments. First is the very basics of what's time series analysis, what's analysis of data over time. What does it even mean? And ends with dynamic link modeling or various variations of ARIMA models. The second course starts with vector autoregression, which is actually a much more advanced, and goes into a variety of advanced modeling, including state space, and when we talk about impulse response functions and all of those other big words. In other words, when you want to master a subject, you can take something a little bit easier if you have no background. And if you do well and you like the topic, you can move to an advanced topic. If you already have background in data analysis, you can start with advanced topic right away because most of our courses are offered as elective. Now, we welcome people from all backgrounds. I want to emphasize this again because data are everywhere, and especially in some of the professions where there haven't been very many traditional analysts, it's very important to have those analytics. Do we have a community? Of course we do. It's very important to belong to a community, and our community, I will tell you a little bit more about. It consists of students and faculty and graduates and connections that we have with business partners and academics throughout the world. Your careers can be in business and government, consulting, academics, data analysis is required everywhere. And the most important question is, how are you different from other programs? Well, let me tell you about that. First of all, what we are. We are analytics, insights for decision making, working with data to understand what is happening in the world. We start from problem and we find a solution. We do not teach analysis from methods. If you had any analytics before or any statistics, let's say a basic course in statistics starts with what? Average, standard deviation, variance, and maybe then regression analysis, maybe factor analysis, logistic regression. So it progresses from easy to hard. But notice that you actually start with a method. You talk about method. We talk about problems that can be solved with data, and we teach you how to select a variety of methods based on a problem you're trying to solve. So it's not method-driven, it's problem-driven and insight-driven. It's also very flexible. We offer a comprehensive menu of subjects in all areas of data analysis. You choose what you want to take. You make your own menu, you design your own study program, which is, for some areas, you might only need unstructured data and everything that's related to unstructured data. In some areas, you might need more mathematical methods. We don't know what you need, you decide yourself. We attract top talent. Our professors are world-renowned professors from top universities in the world. And we have in every course hands-on projects, and we have a capstone course that's called statistical consulting, where we teach you to consult for real-life clients, both corporate and individual. We have a wide professional community, and those are data enthusiasts from everywhere. So how do we fit in this world? Well, we respond to market signals. We watch for new trends and new knowledge paradigms because we do have state-of-the-art analytic tools, and we adapt. We are very flexible. For example, when this program just opened, we didn't offer machine learning. Now it's a required course. Well, not required, it's a part of the program. It's an elective course, but it's offered to our students. And we have unstructured data analysis course that we just added, and we continue to expand our curriculum. For example, this new challenge of COVID-19 has given us other areas to expand upon, mostly in network analytics. So when we work with the challenges that the world presents, we are a part of a research community. Our program is based in the laboratory, and I will talk about that in a minute. But when all of that comes tightly together, we provide for new analytic capabilities. So what are the methods that we offer? Well, I don't know if it's probably easy to say what we don't offer. For example, we don't offer computer architecture. That's not something that we do. So it's When it comes to data analysis, everything that's out there is offered at least in the review form, where we tell you what it is about. A lot of subjects are offered on a very deep level. We allow you to work with almost all programming languages out there. Of course, Python is it's on the first place in the programming languages, because when we think about R, we think about it as language for statistical computing. Python is general purpose language, and in my personal opinion, it's not the best for data analysis. I stick to R mostly, but also off-the-shelf software, because there is really no best one tool for the job. You can't do everything with Python, or you can't do everything with R. Some things, at least advanced capabilities that we teach you, are available in better software like SAS that has been designed for, let's say, categorical data analysis. I haven't found anything better for categorical data analysis than SAS. Python and R cannot keep up. And we offer some specific program training, such as PIAC or GAFI or Visoni, that are designed for network analytics. We have an analytical consulting workshop that's students' hangout place where they work together with clients to get to data analytics. Our faculty is world-renowned. Those are some of the professors who teach at our program. And I just given you a minute ago, I showed you some of the programs we teach you, like Orange and PIAC. Well, guess what? The creator of Orange is Professor Yanis Demshar. He teaches for us. The person who developed Orange, a data mining software that's used all over the world, he's our professor. Professor Vladimir Batagel, who created PIAC. And PIAC is the software program that the only non-commercial software program that can take 10 billion nodes. That's very big data when it comes to network. He wrote the program. Eric Strumberg, he's actually currently running a course in Bayesian analysis in our program. If you look at Bayesian packages in R, open up the authors, you will see his name in most of those. So people who design the software for the tools we teach are our professors. Now, our partners are many, and I will not really talk about them much because I don't think that's important. Ksenia has already told you about the place that HSE University takes in the world. So it's not surprising that we collaborate with best universities also as a program. Now, our students are an awesome bunch. It's a special community. They are fun, they are delightful, and they're eager to learn. And they remain a community even after they graduate. It's wonderful to see them go become PhD students at best universities in the world, take best jobs in corporate world, and come back to us as our professors. Now, we do seminars on a regular basis as part of our community, blockchain networks and B2B online, how does that work? And what's the power of Excel for business analytics? You would be surprised that here I'm telling you about all of those wonderful tools that are available for us to teach you, yet a lot of corporate world still works in Excel. And guess what? For many corporate needs, it's a perfectly okay tool. So we teach you all of that, both in our program and as part of our community. We have many success stories. I'm sure you've heard of Kaggle community. That's the largest data science community in the world with about 3 million members from all over. They have competitions on a regular basis with very large prize pool, like tens of thousands of dollars. Our students have won 4 Kaggle competitions. They taken first to second place in 4, not 1, not 2, 4, with prize money ranging from $8,000 to $25,000. Now, that tells you how much our students are valued by the community itself. They have won those competitions, surpassing best teams from MIT, University of Washington, University of Maryland, and some other big name schools. So when you finish our program, you are at least on par, but as our competitions show, better than some of the best programs in the world. Now, our students are very well versed in lots of things. For example, here is one of our students who won Russian intellectual games. And they constantly do place well in research competitions as well. So anything from analytics to research, our students show remarkable results. Now, our curriculum is very flexible yet integrated. We offer math disciplines, programming skills, of course, statistics and network methodology, and then applications. A lot of these names probably won't tell you much, and as well as the pictures. I won't go over the subjects because we will have lots of times to talk about that. If you decide to apply to the program, I will answer all those specific questions. What I wanted to show is we have those things broken up in such a way that you can design the best program for yourself. Now, we want you to be the best you can be. The motto of our program is written in the universal language, the language of mathematics. Those of you who know statistics or anything about math know that this is a formula for average. So the motto of our program is be greater than average. And we'll do the best to get you, to help you get there, because our home is an international laboratory. It's the largest laboratory for applied network research in Russia with over 30 researchers. Our founders come from Harvard, Professor Stanley Wasserman, Professor Ferligo and Batageda from University of Ljubljana. Well, myself, I got my PhD from Indiana. And it's a full service think tank with research, education, and consulting, all combined together to give our students the best experience possible. We have different research groups, so the topics that we cover in our classes come from all areas, starting with network science itself and ending with methodology, and of course, everything in between. And so I want to finish this presentation with not only what we are, but also with what we are not. Because the worst thing that can happen is when you select a program and that's the wrong program for you. So we are not anything about architecture, engineering, or data storage management. So when we talk about networks, we talk about analytics, we talk about insights, we talk about network data. We don't teach you to design network connections and build hubs that will allow your telephones to run. We are not about statistics in the form of theorem proving on new mathematical development. So if you have some basic statistical background and you think you can come to our program and maybe then turn it into a PhD in statistics, that's not the program for you, unless you want to do applied statistical analysis. So remember those things. We are about insight generation and analytics for better decision making. And with that, I will be very happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kuskova. Thank you for your very detailed presentation. And we have some interesting questions. I will read some of them for you. So the first one is, what is the scope? Can I work in US after this? Is this internationally accredited similar to on-campus programs?
Excellent questions, thank you. Well, of course, you can work in the US after this program. And in fact, quite a few of our students went abroad. So some of them actually returned to the countries where they came from, or they went to Europe. We do have some students in PhD program in the United States. So yes, of course, and as I told you, if our students win worldwide Kaggle competitions, then you most certainly will be welcome with that background to work in any country, including US. The program is fully accredited like all HSE-based programs. There is also a question that I see in the chat, is it an academic program, research paper, track thesis, or executive professional? I don't have time to talk about everything, so I apologize for not specifying that. We have 3 tracks. I showed 4, that's 3 tracks. One is a research track where we prepare you to go into a PhD program. About 25% of our students are go on to PhD programs, actually best programs in the world, starting from, well, HSE University and ending at Oxford. So we have some people at Northeastern, we have Central European University, so that's about a quarter. Now, we also have business analytics track, and that's business analytics different than what finance program offers, right? This is insights for business applicable to any analysis, starting with logistics and operations management and ending with analytics for strategic decision making. And that's, of course, more for executive professionals. And if you don't have any MBA training, we do offer courses that you can take in, let's say, strategy or human resource management, and let's say practicing HR analytics, something like that. So the third track is universal, which is mostly network-based, where you can take a menu of courses and then apply yourself where you see fit. Do we have any other questions?
Well, thank you for answering. Yes, we have again a question about background. You have already mentioned about background, but again, we have what background is required to be admitted into the program and to complete it?
We require that you have a bachelor's degree from university that can be recognized by the Russian system of education. So our online learning office and HSE study office in general offer wonderful support to you in terms of helping you with documents. So when you apply to our program, you can ask a question in advance, is this bachelor's degree good enough? But in my experience running this program, most of our international students get their diplomas easily nostrified. So you need to have a bachelor's education. The field does not matter. As I said, we start each course from ground zero. Moreover, we offer a series of adaptive disciplines where if you have never had any mathematics, like some of our lawyers and physicians, we will teach you the basics required to succeed at the start. And then as you proceed through the program, you will rely, of course, on your professors, but also on your community, because a lot of our projects are not only hands-on, but they're group projects. Because guess what? In real life, I don't think I've ever seen an analytics team where people would separate each other in different rooms and say, here, complete this work, but don't talk to anyone. So you will need to learn to work with other people, complete big data analytics projects, and that helps you learn, because coming from different backgrounds, you help each other, you integrate each other's skills into the best outcome possible. So the specific major you had does not matter. All we require is that you want to learn data analytics.
And to that, we have one more question about requirements. It sounds like, do I need to have a proof of English proficiency to be admitted? What certificates and other kinds of proofs are accepted?
An excellent question. Our program admission requirement is a portfolio. Again, I didn't talk about everything, so I would have questions to answer. As part of this portfolio, you can provide a proof of English proficiency in one of several ways. One, of course, is a standardized test. That's the easiest. That's IELTS, TOEFL, something like that. Now, if you don't have that, but you can show that the degree you have was completed in English, like let's say a bachelor's degree, then that would be sufficient also. Now, if you don't have any proof of any English proficiency, then we would require you to take an entrance exam, which of course you don't have to pay for that. It's free and it's offered by HSE University, where we test your English proficiency here by the university.
Oh, thank you very much. And one more question about credit transfer. Can I transfer the credits from other programs offline and online?
This is a very particular question. We have to look at where the credits come from, where you're transferring them from, whether they are accredited, whether we can actually we have to literally look at the syllabus and see what have they taught you in that course that we can transfer to our program. So we have had that happen. And it's some work required on your part and ours. So in theory, it is possible. And in fact, we have some students transferring into our program within HSE. That part is easy because we know what HSE teaches. But outside, it's a little bit more work. But yes, it is possible in principle.
Yeah, thank you. And one more question here about future career, as far as I understood. Are there certain classes I can take to make me a stronger candidate?
Yes, we will talk about that in a lot of detail, maybe in some of my future webinars, or when we meet when you send us questions or when we meet in a program, there are skills that are more demanded by the market and there are more niche skills that are not as largely available as others. Of course, networks is number one. So if you take all courses we offer in networks, you will be very highly sought after because, as I told you, networks analytics market grows very quickly, and there are not a whole lot of programs. At least there are only 6 programs in the world last time I looked at, master's programs that offer specialized network training. 6. There are some programs that offer network courses, but not network programs like we are. So of course, networks. And then some of the courses that focus on the current and coming market demand, for example, analysis of unstructured data. As I told you, most of the data we generate, 90% of it, are unstructured, and there is very little offered. People do Bayesian, and then they do non-parametrics, and then they do all of those machine learning things. Wonderful. Machine learning could be used for unstructured data, but you first have to learn to deal with it. So those skills, yes, we can help you navigate. And also, depending on which field you go in, if you go to medicine, categorical data analysis is your top choice for the first elective. So we'll have to work with each individual student. And like I said, this is a menu of flexible options. You design your own program, and we will work with you to help you design your program for the market and the profession you want to go in.
And we have one more question to continue the topic of career. Someone working full-time is asking, what is the time commitment required? What if I work full-time?
Well, you know, I did say 7 to 10 hours, right? And here's one thing, is that when I start this program offline as an academic supervisor, I tell my students, the program is hard, you have to study, you have to work hard, don't work. Try to just focus on the studies. Guess what? Come end of September, they all have found jobs and they're all working full time. It's very rare that even in our offline program, we have students who are not working because demands for professionals are so high that they find jobs almost immediately and they want to make money to pay off for the education. So first of all, you can work full time because all of our students do anyway. The time commitment that I have outlined depends a lot, of course, on your own background, on your mode of study. Some people can listen to lectures while they're driving a car, you know, and some people have to sit down and write things out. And so a lot depends on your own personal habits. But I would say, even if you're working, I would a few evenings, a couple of evenings a week, and maybe 2-3 hours in a weekend should be sufficient to master this program.
Thank you very much for your answer. And here one more very specific question about what if my international transcripts for GPA calculation are not on a 4-point scale?
Well, guess what? Here at HSE, we don't have a 4-point rule scale either. So our international admissions office is exceptionally skilled at converting 5-point scales, 10-point scales, 20-point scales, as they do in France, and any other scale there is out there in the world. So I would say that with that question, I would leave you in very capable hands of our support team, which is Online Learning Office International Admissions, and they can take care of any scale you've got out there.
Thank you very much. And one more, and the last question, really the last one for you, again about the advantages of your program. What are the advantages?
That's a wonderful question to finish my presentation with. We have 2 main ones. First of all, we occupy a very specific niche. Data analysis you can learn from lots of other good programs, including HSE programs, but nobody teaches network analytics at the way that we do, at the level that we do. And nobody's as integrated in the analytics community in networks as we are, because obviously we were founded by some of the people who have started social network analysis like Wasserman, Bataguel, Ferrigo, and so on. So networks is the main advantage, and this is the fastest growing analytics area. The second advantage is the applied approach. As I have already said, most programs out there teach a very classical approach to the data analysis because it started with Fisher in 1920s, when he defined the field of statistics with his seminal paper in 1922, where he has set up 3 tasks for statisticians to do. before there were data scientists, right? And they all relate to methods. So everyone still teaches statistics 100 years later the way Fisher told us to teach it. Yeah, he's a great guy, but the world has changed. We have so much data now, he could never imagine that. So we start with data and the problems those data can solve. So we have a almost uniquely developed applied approach that there are actually very few applied programs in the world. If you look at that, we are not the classical program. We teach you to formulate problems first and then find the ways to solve them. Not take a method and see what you can do with that method applied to a particular data set. It's very, very different. And if you can't quite understand the difference what I'm talking about, that means you do need to learn more about applied approach. And that's why these two advantages actually point out why our graduates and students are so successful going to Oxford and winning Kaggle competitions, because they have something in a tool set that others do not, and they have a different way of thinking about the data. So we don't only teach you analytics, we teach you to think differently.
Thank you very much, Professor Kuskova. That was really a great presentation and very detailed answers we all appreciate. And now I have to give the word to our another master program and to Professor Andrei Savchenko, who will present Master of Computer Vision program to you. So please, Andrei, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this invitation. And we have several speakers today that would like to introduce our program. And the first speaker will be the Dean of our faculty, Natalia Ksenia. And I'm glad to give to Natalia the first part to start our presentation.
Andrei, thank you very much. I am very happy to meet you here and introduce our online master degree program, Master of Computer Vision. Computer vision is a modern scientific and practical field. The specialists of computer vision are in great demand in many different companies all over the world. During this meeting, we will discuss some interesting facts about Master of Computer Vision program and the whole field of computer vision. And first of all, I would like to introduce you our team who is working on creating this program and who is also presenting this program on this webinar. So you have already see Andrei Savchenko, our professor, our academic supervisor of our master degree program. Also here is Igor Privalov, our chief operation officer, and the manager of our program, Alina Labanina. So my colleagues are attending this presentation, and you are very welcome to ask any of questions to them about our program. First of all, I would like give a short introduction of our campus, because our program is created in Nizhny Novgorod campus of High School of Economics. I'm sure that you know about High School of Economics, but not everybody hear about Nizhny Novgorod and our Nizhny Novgorod campus. Our campus has been opened 25 years ago. This year we have 25th anniversary of our campus. And nowadays it's actively developing and growing campus with 5 faculties. And our faculty of informatics, mathematics, and computer science, faculty who is creating this program, is the largest faculty in the campus concerning number of students and number of programs. Higher School of Economics is distributed university with requirements for quality of education, students' requirements, qualifications, and scientific activities to our professors. You can see that our infrastructure is the same for all campuses. So you can feel the same no matter what campus you are studying in. Nizhny Novgorod campus has a lot of partners. Among them, there are well-known companies such as Intel, Huawei, Harman, and small companies who are doing interesting projects in IT and in computer vision. And you will meet some of them on our program Master of Computer Vision as a partners of our programs as well. And finally, Nizhny Novgorod is a very beautiful city, which with a great history, with great cultural traditions and beautiful sunsets. And we are happy to invite all of our students of Master Computer Vision program and everybody who are interested in computer vision to visit Nizhny Novgorod and Nizhny Novgorod campus of High School of Economics for interesting professional discussions and projects and attractive exploration of our city. And now I would like to give the word to our academic supervisor, Professor Andrei Savchenko, who will explain what kind of problems computer vision is working on and why this program is opened in Nizhny Novgorod campus of High School of Economics. Andrei, you are welcome. Andrei,
are you here?
Probably Andrei has some problems with his connections. I know that here is also on our person from Intel company, also a PhD student of High School of Economics, Anastasia Sokolova. Anastasia, can you help Andrei why he is connecting to our meeting again?
Yes, sure. Hello. I can start to present the computer vision history and its trends. So computer vision field was investigated a lot of years ago, but a revolution in this field was in 2012. It was the work AlexNet by Krzyzewski from ImageNet competition. This convolutional neural network was based on the known LeNet network by Yan LeCun, but it has more convolutions, dropout, data augmentation, and activation function ReLU. So why this convolutional neural network was so popular? It has the lowest image recognition error in this ImageNet competition, and it was about 15%. Previous results was worse because it was just about 26%. After that, people understood that we can improve our image recognition algorithms and achieve better results. So if we check the results in 12 or 13, we can see that the error was about 11%. And Andrei, do you hear?
Yeah. Thank you for this help. So there are some network issues here. So speaking about our current progress, I should say that starting the 12 and 20, then we say that during the last 10 years, we have a great progress in computer vision. So it can be compared with everything that it was before that. So practically every company is interested in computer vision, has some departments in computer vision and artificial intelligence. So you see just a couple of logos here. And so that's why they hire engineers, and they need always need some kind of engineers who are familiar with computer vision techniques, who can develop some kind of computer vision algorithms and computer vision applications. So, I had to say that many techniques have reached a certain level of maturity and can be compared to human level image understanding. So something like face recognition or emotion recognition or age and gender recognition or even object detection and some predicting some recipes of food detection and so on and so forth. So most of them are more or less solved or have many interesting industrial applications. But what's also interesting that there are plenty of new tasks that have recently appeared. So, for example, what about face recognition of animals like dogs or bears? Or what about how to predict the beauty of a face? Or even how to understand if the photos that they made is memorizable or it's not. So if it's if someone can take a look at the photo and then understand that he will memorize it for several years. And what about picture creation of some generation of some pictures in some particular styles or even new styles? And probably you know that there are some pictures that have been created by artificial intelligence by using the computer vision techniques that have already been solved on for billions of dollars. So what else? But speaking about current trends, there are plenty of new applications which will be available to customers in several years. The most important one of them is so-called generative models. When you generate the new image or even new video, yep. And there are plenty of new pictures or even such kind of videos created by our colleagues from Moscow, for example. So another application here is emotional AI, how to make the machine emotional, how to understand emotion of a user given an input image or given a video of his face. And again, it's most of current applications try to be developed in such a way that to understand the emotion of particular user. So yeah, something like this one. So another direction of research and development is mobile artificial intelligence and creating some mobile applications which use conventional computer vision algorithms, and they have to use some kind of rather small models. They have to think about power consumption and so on and so forth. And probably it's one of the most important trends right now in many industrial companies. And what else is something like autonomous vehicles, how to create a vehicle, a car, which can autonomously drive at the road, or even how to assist to a user to prevent some brakes of a car. So it's a very challenging and task, and I believe that in the near future we have some real progress, and I hope that our future students will be a part of such development of such applications and such kind of projects. So let me return back from just understanding that computer vision is cool and it's needed by everyone, and there is no enough engineers and programmers and data scientists who can work in this field, and most of companies still need some kind of engineers who will lead the computer vision projects. But what is especially interesting in speaking about our current program and speaking about Nizhny Novgorod, I have to say that in Nizhny Novgorod there is a huge community of computer vision, and actually the well-known publicly available the computer vision library, probably one of the old computer vision libraries, but still in use, is OpenCV, and it was mainly developed in Nizhny Novgorod by our engineers in Intel at that time. After that, we have other very important our very important companies in Nizhny Novgorod who are especially famous for their development in computer vision, like Intel, Huawei, Harman, and so on and so forth. So they have plenty of research and development projects, and they most of our students work in these companies in Nizhny Novgorod or Moscow, for example. And moreover, what's interesting here that these companies return back to HSE University and try to force some to introduce some new projects and involve our current students to these projects to help the industry to solve some kind of scientific tasks. And our students, and in particular, I lead several projects which try to help our industrial companies to deal with their practical tasks. So yeah, speaking about our online program, I have to say that it, again, as all programs discussed today, it will be a fully online program. And for sure, we are going to prepare a specialist who will be a specialist in computer vision, who will be familiar with most of current computer vision techniques. Moreover, he will be able to work in distributed environment in for any company. Yes, so in the to work in projects with several participants from all over the world, and such kind of experience is really important and necessary right now for the community. So moreover, we have partnership, as I said before, with the leading companies in computer vision in Nizhny Novgorod because of our current projects, of our current students who right now who lead several projects in these particular companies and who can share some kind of their tasks to our students. And also, as I said, online format is very impressive right now, and I hope that we will, so it's challenging for sure, but I hope that together we will create some new product, and it will be really important, and we can spread our experience in computer vision from Nizhny Novgorod to all over the world. So yeah, here are several of our main main partners of our programs, and most of the courses are created in conjunction and combination with the practical engineers from these companies. So we try to share both experience from academical teachers from High School of Economics and from our partners from industrial companies. So we have some projects which will be delivered by these partners. We have several courses that will be prepared for you by our partners. So it's a very good combination of academical and traditional teaching in universities and some partnership with industrial companies. Moreover, yeah, speaking about the main structure of our program, I have to say that we have 2 years as usual for master degree. So let me briefly introduce our preliminary schedule, how we split these 2 years into half-year semesters. So at first though we assume that the participants of our program, the students in our program, are familiar with mathematics, with programming in some way. We have to enforce that their knowledge is more or less the same. I mean, we have to improve the quality of some students in some fields like mathematics or programming, and that's why we have several adaptation courses in the first semester. So we will speak about object-oriented programming in C++ and Python because we really need it in all our courses. And I have to say that we will take particular attention not only to Python as it's done in many courses, but also to C++ because it's still the very important language for development of industrial applications. And moreover, it will help to understand some kind of Java or Kotlin language, which are really important for mobile development, for development of mobile applications with computer vision. And so it's been speaking about programming. And then we have also courses about mathematics for computer vision, because we still need to enforce that all our students have a strong knowledge in linear algebra, in probability theory and mathematical statistics, and so on and so forth, because we still need them in our future courses. Then we will speak about so-called traditional computer vision for two-dimensional images, or just for like photos or something like this, to understand these images and how to use, for example, OpenCV library developed in our city, and one of the main maintainers of the OpenCV library is a participant of this course, and he prepared several tasks, and he prepared a lecture for our students to share his experience with OpenCV. Also, we have a course on machine learning and data analysis, how to, again, because we still need many contemporary techniques for machine learning to develop computer vision algorithms. So speaking about the second part of the first year, again, we have some course related to modern operation research or modern optimization techniques, because it goes without saying that optimization methods are very important for learning deep neural networks, which are the key part, as Anastasia told on the first slide before. It's a really important part of practically all computer vision algorithms right now. So also we have a project on machine learning and computer vision, which will help you to help our students to try how to use machine learning techniques that they learned in the previous semester, how to use them in real practical applications. And there will be several projects as part of this course, and these projects will be prepared by our partners together with us, for sure. Just to say that we have to, so our students will solve real practical tasks from industry, from the developers of the cutting-edge techniques of computer vision. So next we will move to deep learning techniques in computer vision, how to create deep neural networks to recognize images, to detect objects in images, to solve some kind of image segmentation tasks, and so on and so forth. So it's probably it's one of the most important courses right now, because it will be a fundamental part of all other courses, and it's I mean, without such kind of understanding, it's impossible right now to be an experienced and engineer with high salary in good industrial companies. And also we have some kind of course speaking about architecture of computer systems, and it will help us to understand the architecture of GPUs, of some CPUs, how to run computer vision algorithms on different hardware, and how to develop some different computer vision algorithms with specific to some concrete device, because again, it's really important for industry, for industrial applications. So then let's move to the second year of our program, and the first part of the second year or the third semester has the following courses. At first, we will learn how to understand three-dimensional world. So because you know that most of images are two-dimensional, like photos, but in reality, we have a three-dimensional world, and how to map the static two-dimensional image to three-dimensional case, how to understand the three-dimensional model of the world, how to, for example, one of the tasks here, you have a photo of a face, and you have to reconstruct the whole model of a person to create something like avatar, given one or several, probably several photos of his face. It's some example of such kind of three-dimensional tasks. Then we have a course speaking about applied tasks of computer vision, and it will cover several tasks of from a real application guided by our partners, like computer vision in medical applications, for example, something like this. So we have also a course about modern tools for solving computer vision problems, like modern libraries, so like, for example, OpenVINA framework that that was developed by our engineers at Intel and our partners and our former students. And also we have another project here. It's project Deep Learning in Computer Vision. Again, it will be guided by our partners in industry who will provide some cutting-edge tasks and that have to be solved using modern computer vision algorithms with deep neural networks. And speaking about the final part of our program, so we speak about deep generative models. As I told before, generation of images or videos is really important right now, and there are plenty of papers and some good demo applications that show that it's possible to generate some image or generate some or add some style, specific style like Van Gogh style to the photo. So it will be covered in deep generative models course. Then we will show how to implement computer vision algorithms for mobile devices, how to create mobile applications that can use computer vision to understand photos in a gallery, for example, to understand to predict the profile of a user, the user preferences given his gallery of photos, how to run face recognition and emotion recognition models in mobile device. Then we have some course again from our partners for software engineering computer vision project because we know from our experience that knowing the some cutting edge and some modern techniques in computer vision is not enough. So you have to understand how to gather some additional data for training data to train the model, how to deal with some mistakes or that artificial intelligence and computer vision algorithms made and something like this. So it will be covered in our software engineering course. And also we have a final project, rather large task for everyone to solve using all the methods and all the techniques that you studied in the previous courses. So it will be rather large and practically oriented project. So let me show you some sample projects in our courses. So probably we will add something new. We will change them to be more convenient and to be more close to something new, some new techniques. But it's just an application, an example of several projects guided, for example, by myself in our current master courses. So the first project is how to develop some recommender system. So everyone has a smartphone right now, and most of us make some photos of food in some restaurants. And the task of this project is how to recommend restaurants given, for example, your Instagram account. So you have an Instagram account of some guy, and you have and this account contains some photos of food, and how to understand the preferences. Does some user prevent some Chinese cuisine, or I don't know, American cuisine or Russian cuisine? And if so, how to recommend the best restaurant when he moved to another city just for some business trip. So it's the first example. Speaking about the second example, it's multimodal understanding of advertisement. So we have advertisement images or videos, and how to understand some symbols in these images, how to understand why, how to show the user why particular advertisement was shown to him. And you see that it's really complex computer vision task, because you such kind of advertisement contain believe that the user has some knowledge, common sense knowledge, and it's really difficult to learn computer vision techniques with such kind of common sense, because you see here several examples. How does the example of advertisement images look like? So, and speaking about the third course, it's something related to third project. So example of project is related to face recognition and to very typical issue right now about racial bias, because it's well known in computer vision community that contemporary face recognition algorithms work better for Caucasian race when compared to, for example, Indian or Asian or African race, and how to remove this bias completely, how to make recognition system more robust and independent to the race of the face. Yeah. So yeah, and let me leave the word to Natalia Seva, who will tell you some specific information about our master degree.
Thank you, Andrei, for your presentation. Really briefly about special features of our Master of Computer Vision program. As my colleagues before told, this is 2-year master degree program, and also a lot of was discussed about study load of the program. Because of 2 courses studied in parallel each time, study load is approximately about 20 per 30 hours per week, but it's really depends on your background. If you have very strong background in mathematics, programming, and probably algorithms, it could take you less hours. If you are new in this field, probably it will be harder to participate at this program and you will need more time. We understand that this is fully online program. That's why we are really attached to high-level support of our students. One time in 2 weeks, we will have synchronous live sessions with our students on which you can ask any type of questions. We can try to explain some material which is not, which was too difficult to our students, and probably if the material was easier, we can give something more deeper and some more examples and so on. So those will be sessions to understand how work's going on all of the courses and answer all the questions that our students have. Also, a very good instrument with what we have is fast communications via chats and forums with all participants of our student life. You can contact our manager, you can contact our professors, our academic supervisor about any questions what you meet in our program. And of course, our professions, they have special office hours. Then we are ready to communicate with students, to give consultations on projects, answer questions, and you can communicate with them during these communicational office hours. Also, our program is pay very great attention to practical work. Andrei was told about different types of projects that will be in our program. Also, almost all of our courses will have very small study projects when you can train your skills in particular questions which is discussed in this course. And of course, there will be special project courses. Andrei also speak about them, where you can try your skills on really demanded, really interested professional problem. You try to solve it, you will give feedback from our professors, from our representatives of business structure and companies, so you will receive great experience on solving really demanded problems in computer vision. As for about our program curriculum schedule, you can see the approximate curriculum schedule for the cohort of 2021 who will start to study at September. And also you can see the information about tuition. There are a lot of questions about discounts and payments. Discounts are available on country base information, and of course we try to help you to solve all of those questions. You can ask our manager and us about all of them. Who is this degree for? Whom we are waiting at our program? Of course, we need students who has former bachelor or master degree diploma. And we also are waiting our students who has some mathematical, technical, or IT background. You shouldn't have your previous diploma in this area, but we highly recommend it that you are familiar with some of our mathematical topics or IT topics. You can see them on slides, because we will have an entrance exam where we will give you a task on those topics, and you will need this background in order to be able to study and be successful with our courses of that program. What you will receive after finishing the program? Of course, you will receive state-approved diploma, but it's not the only benefit of the program. You will give a set of solving problems in your portfolio. As I told previously, you will have a lot of projects, and those projects will give you a great portfolio with which you can be able to feel you free in a professional market. You can go to work at any company who is dealing with computer vision. Of course, you will get acquainted with a lot of modern algorithms and techniques and tools in the field of computer vision. And one of the most important things, you will get acquaintance with specialists, with another students, with professors, with people from different companies in the field of computer vision. This all will help you to set your career, professional career in this field. And for more information, unfortunately, we don't have time to explain everything about our program, but you can visit our web page, and we have on this page a lot of information about our program, about exam, about all other things you would like to know about us. And we have some events for our people who are interested in our program. And next, our event will be on March 25th. This will be webinar, which we will talk about how to pass our entrance exam. We will talk about topics of the exam. We will talk about tasks which we will give on exam, and we will give you recommendation how to prepare to this exam and to pass it successfully. Thank you very much for your attention. We are all here to answer your questions. And if you will have any questions after our presentation, don't hesitate to contact us. You can see contact information of our team, and you should feel free to ask them any of your questions. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, thank you very much for the presentation. That was great. We have 8 more minutes, and we have some questions that were asked through the Google form. I will voice them. We have a question about working in groups. Will there be groups projects in the degree? How can I work easily with classmates from different time zones? I think it's important questions for future student.
Okay, probably let me answer you
Yes.
this question. So yeah, I mean that we have a team, and probably everyone can add something to answer this question. So yeah, it's really important right now to work in distributed environment. I mean, in distributed teams, who live in different time zones. And in computer vision, it's really important that now. So I participate in several projects right now, and some of participants are from China. Some of them are from Novosibirsk. It's in Russia. It's 4 hours difference between our local time zone, and so for sure from Nizhny Novgorod, from Moscow, then from the United States of America. So yeah, even from Australia, from France. Let me remember. So it's so for sure it's not easier to develop some good applications in such teams and such distributed teams, but it's really important. So probably from if you don't have experience in communicating in such distributed teams, you will be surprised how to do it. But I have to say that the first experience will really help you. So it goes without saying that after several days of communication with your colleagues, you will understand how to communicate with them. So, for example, as for me, I communicate with my Chinese colleague in the early morning of my local time zone, and in the evenings I communicate with my colleagues who are from Michigan, from New York, and from California. And yeah, it's so it's really important to teach how to do it. And I believe that such kind of like our program, open program for Coursera, it is a really good opportunity to study not only such kind of algorithms, but to study how to create such how to work in the project, in the distributed project. So I'm pretty sure that we will learn something from experience in our program.
I agree with you. Great. We have question about scholarships. Is there any particular scholarships available for international students?
I can answer this question. It's a very usual question. We received it every time we are meeting with our students. Unfortunately, we don't have special scholarship, but we will have discounts on country-based information. Different countries, participants from different countries, we will have some discounts. You can find this information on the website, and you can check.
Thank you. We have a question about software. Which programming language is going to be used while the program?
Okay, let me answer this. As I said, most of current applications in computer vision are developed in Python, and most of our courses will include Python inside. So we will learn how to create Python applications. So Python probably is the top language in this field, but we also understand that there are many other projects which need some other computer languages. And for example, I particularly participate in several projects which need C++ language, and that's why we have in the beginning we have some courses related to C++ programming, and we have some examples, for example, in two-dimensional image processing course, how to create applications using C++ language. And also, so it's the second one language which you will learn. And also we have some course in mobile applications, and mobile applications are usually developed in using Java language or Kotlin language. So you will briefly learn how to create such applications for using such kind of language. I believe it will be enough for our students.
Okay, a lot of programming language. And we have, I think, interesting question. You mentioned there would be final project, but there is no research publication as it's master degree. About research publication, you said about final project. But is there research publication?
Yeah. So I should say that it's typical in HSE University that we have such kind of final projects in all offline master programs. So it's typical for us, and our rules don't require everyone to prepare some kind of research paper. I mean, to publish it somewhere. So we don't, and that's why we don't require it also. But many of our students during the preparation of their project, of their final project, they obtain some new results and they publish them. And for example, Anastasia Sokolova, who helped me to start this presentation, she was my former student, and she prepared several really good papers during the study in the master degree. So we encourage everyone to write some scientific papers, but it's not. So we can't say that you must publish.
Is it necessary? Yes. Is it necessary?
So it's not necessary, but it's so we encourage everyone to do something new.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And we have one more question. How many hours is the workload per week? Does the program appropriate for full-time workers?
As I told before, approximately it's about 20 to 30 hours, but it really depends on your background. Of course, most of our students are working, full-time working, and how you will survive in full-time working plus full-time study, it's really depends on you, how you can do your time management, how fast can you study, how good your background, and so on. It's really personally. Yes. But most of our students, they can do it. They can manage working full-time and studying.
Okay, and the last questions. If I take HSE specialization on Coursera, can I transfer the credits to this degree?
We will open really soon our open specialization when you can try our courses in computer vision. You couldn't transfer your credits, but you can transfer the topics you already studied from open specialization to your master degree program. So yes, if you already studied the topic or the course or the part of the course, you shouldn't be studying again in the master degree program, but the credits will be full in master degree program.
Okay. Thanks for the clear answers to the questions. We have a lot of questions yet, but we have to keep the schedule. Thanks again. And we're going further. I would like to give the floor to the academic supervisor of Program Master of Data Science, Vladimir Podolsky. Are you here, Vladimir?
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
Yes, okay. You have 30 minutes for the presentation and 10 minutes for answering questions. Yes?
Okay, just a second.
You can start.
Okay, let me start. I'm presenting the program Master of Data Science. It's an online degree. And this is a joint project with Coursera, and all of the materials of the program are placed on the platform of Coursera. And of course, there is an additional support, but still a lot of materials are on Coursera platform. And our program is actually 1 year old, so we are not a new program. We have students. With our first batch of students has started their education in March last year. And now we have a third batch of students, so third cohort, and so we have a lot of students already. Okay, so let me start with discussion of what you will study in this program. So usually when you study courses in machine learning or programs in machine learning, you study in data science, you study machine learning and you study how to train machine learning models based on known techniques and known models. But on the job market, currently there is an increasing interest in specialists who has fundamental understanding of machine learning, and also has knowledge on related fields, and so such as data collection, big data, and DevOps, and so on. And our program is designed in such a way to give you exactly this, to give you deep understanding of machine learning and to give you knowledge in related fields. And who can apply to our program? We designed the program in such a way to allow basically anyone. Of course, there are restrictions, but basically anyone who wants to study data science to apply to our program. And we actually do not require previous education in computer science or in data science. So what we require is mathematical knowledge on very basic level, basically school level. Of course, you can have better knowledge in math, but you do not actually need to enter the program. And we do not require programming skills or programming experience or some university level math. This is not needed. Okay, so what are the features of a program? So we have a 2-year program. So the program lasts for 24 months, and it is rather an intense program. So we have 20 or usually students spend 20 to 30 hours per week to study in our program. And okay, lots of materials are pre-recorded, so lectures are pre-recorded. A lot of tests are available on Coursera platform, so you can study in your own pace. So you can pick the time that is convenient for you. You do not have to study in some specific time, and this is very convenient. But on the other hand, the program is this is not just a course on Coursera. We have a lot of support, which is live support. We have live streams with instructors, we have office hours of instructors, and we have chats with assistants and so on. So you have forums again on Coursera. So you have a lot of support that accompanies this pre-recorded material. And okay, what are other features of the program? We have lots of practice, and actually to study successfully, to learn data science successfully, you have to do a lot of projects yourself. And for this reason, we include a project on data science related project in every course. And actually we have some courses that are just dedicated to some specific project. So these are rather large projects actually. I will mention them later. And our program has 3 tracks. And so at some point of education, you pick one of the tracks, one of the specializations. And the tracks are the following. So there is a data scientist track. This is the track for those who would like to have a good knowledge of very recent development in data science and the current methods in data science. ML engineer track. This is the track for those who would like to solve problems related, so in between of engineering and data science. Such as collecting data, implementing, so using actually machine learning to solve tasks and implementing machine learning. And the track research in data science. This is the track for those who would like to be related to research in data science. And there are 2 options that you have. The first one is for people who would like to pursue an academic career after this master program and to enter PhD studies. And another option is, so there are people who would like to work in industry after this program, but who would like to work in such a position that requires to know and to study new developments in machine learning and to implement them. And also note what is important here about live streams and live support. Note that all of our live support, all of our live webinars will take place twice a day. So people from various time zones it is convenient for them to participate. This is also rather important. Okay, let me describe the program itself. And it is roughly divided in 3 semesters. So the program is 2 years long, but it is divided in 3 semesters because of the convenience. And actually our semesters are a bit longer than a half a year, but it is convenient to divide it this way. And in the first semester, you study the fundamental basics that will allow you to study, that you actually need to study machine learning and to actually work in machine learning field. And in parallel, you will have 2 courses. At each time of your education, you will have 2 courses in parallel. And we will start with courses in mathematics, and you will have courses in programming in parallel. And for mathematics, you will have courses in discrete math, calculus, linear algebra, and probability theory. You will have these courses one by one. Each course is 6 weeks long, so they are rather short. but they are really intense. In each course, you are supposed to devote from 10 to 15 hours a week. So it's a considerable amount of time. Just keep this in mind. And also, in parallel, you will have courses in Python and in algorithms. You will have 2 courses in Python and 2 courses in algorithm. And actually, so these courses are connected. So when you learn something in courses in programming, you will actually apply it in courses in mathematics. So in courses in mathematics, there are tasks in programming included. Okay, so you learn these basics of programming and mathematics, and then in the second semester, you have a bit more of courses in mathematics and programming. So you will have a statistics course and SQL course, and in parallel you will have a course in data scraping. So this is actually a large project in data scraping, in which you will learn how to collect and prepare your data. Okay, then in the second semester you will also have a division between tracks. I will talk a bit about I will explain this now, but before that, note that you will have for all of the tracks, you will have machine learning course and applied machine learning course. So you will have 2 large courses in machine learning, so you will know all the basics here, and then there is a division between tracks. And let me explain this table. In the left column, you will have there are courses for ML engineer track. In the middle column here, you will have courses for data scientist track, and in the right column, you have courses for researcher in data science track. And actually, in the second semester, the courses for ML engineer track and data scientist track are the same. So students here will learn applied statistics and introduction to deep learning. And also, of course, we will learn machine learning and applied machine learning. And in the researcher track, you will have fundamental courses on the basics of this area. You will have a course on computational complexity. This is absolutely required if you would like to do some research in this area. And computational learning theory, again, this is just a fundamental course that you actually need to do to be connected with research here. Okay, and then in the third semester, first of all, there is a large machine learning project, and after that, so you just don't have any other courses in parallel with machine learning project. You devote all of your time to this project, and then you again have 2 courses in parallel in each track. So in ML engineer track, you will study large-scale machine learning and C++, and you will also study DevOps, and you will also study object-oriented programming. In data scientist track, you will study large-scale machine learning, and you will study the second course, the second part of large-scale machine learning. You will learn more here. And you will study some specific areas in data science. You will start study computer vision, and you will study natural learning processing, natural language processing. Sorry, and in the researcher track, you will study 2 more fundamental basic courses. You will study optimization, you will study advanced algorithms, and you will also study 2 hard topics in machine learning: Bayesian methods and deep generative models. Okay, let me talk in more details about requirements. What do you actually need to enter the program? And if you talk about this in more details, first of all, formally, what do you need to enter a master's program? You need a bachelor diploma. This is true for any master's program. To enter the master's program, you need a bachelor diploma. But what is important here is that you do not need to have a diploma in computer science or in data science or in any other related field. It doesn't have to be a diploma in mathematics, in economics, in physics, or in anything related. It could be any actually bachelor diploma in any field. And because of this, so first of all, since we do not require a bachelor diploma in some specific math-related field or programming-related field, we do not assume any specific knowledge of mathematics, for example, in of bachelor level. And the other reason for this is that we actually aim at students from various countries. And in various countries, the traditions of bachelor education varies a lot. So we cannot assume any specific knowledge. So it can be that you learn some mathematics of bachelor level on your previous steps of education, but we do not assume any specific knowledge from you. What we assume instead is good knowledge of basic math. And what is even more important, we assume good understanding, good just general understanding of math and good algorithmic reasoning. And to say it in simple words, you need to have some knowledge of math, and you also should not hate it. And also let me note here that we do not assume any programming knowledge or programming experience in advance. So we will teach you everything from scratch here. Okay, now the admission to our program is performance-based. So we have an entrance exam, and recall that we assume that you have a bachelor diploma, but we do not assume any specific bachelor level math knowledge, and exam we will have in math. So what we actually actually check on this exam, we check that you have good skills with basic math, that you have good general math reasoning, and we check that you have skills with algorithmic thinking. And actually, you can find the program of the exam on our website, and the sample exam is also on our website. And we actually even had a specific webinar devoted specifically to solving problems of entrance exam. So you can also find it on our website. The link will be in the chat. Just check the chat where the link, I think, is already there or will appear just in a couple of minutes. Now, so how, oh, sorry, it's pressed twice. Let me talk briefly about math block in the program. Since we do not assume any specific math knowledge, we give you all the necessary math from scratch. And we have an extensive line of math courses. I've already explained this, but let me list them once again. It's discrete math, calculus, linear algebra, probability, and statistics. So we actually give you all the knowledge in math that you will need to study in this program, and that you actually need to start your career in data science. And what is important here is that all of the courses are tailored for data analysis needs. So we teach you exactly the material that you will need in data analysis. And all of the all of the courses include problems in Python. I already mentioned this, but all of the programs, all of the courses will include some problems in Python. You will actually study libraries in Python related to the courses, and you will apply your math knowledge in Python directly, just immediately. And also all of the courses contain a project in data analysis. So each course, even a math course, contain a project in data analysis. For example, in a course on calculus, you will develop a model based, you will apply optimization to develop some model. And actually, you can also check the light versions of our courses. So the light versions of our courses are available on Coursera as a specialization. It's called Mathematics for Data Science. I think the link will be in the chat as well. And you can check this. Of course, this is not the full courses that are in our program. These are just shortened versions of the courses. And of course, you will not, in the specialization, don't receive all of this support you will get in the program, but still you can get some impression of what we have in math block in our program. Okay, let me talk about admission now. So how to apply to our program? Note that we have two links. So the application process for domestic students and for international students is somewhat different. So we have two separate links. I think they will be in the chat again, and you can also use a QR code here. And okay, I will move to the next slide now, but you can go back in the video and or click a pause now and use the QR code. Okay, let me now talk about the dates and the process of application. So the deadline for applications is June 17. So at this point, you need to submit some documents. We need the consent for personal data processing. We need an agreement between participants of electronic communications. And what do you actually need to do here is to upload scanned copies of some documents on the admission website. And we also need you to send hard copies by post. And then the entrance exam will take place in June, between 21st and 25th of June. And the results will be available in July. On the 6th of July, you will know the results, whether you have passed the exam. And here are the timelines again. So the application deadline is June 17. Then the exams are in June 21st to 25th, and the results is in July, the 6th of July. And the enrollment is until August. There is a lot of time for enrollment because there are some processes needed after you admitted to actually to enroll you. We need some documents. Some documents needs to be sent and so on. So there is a considerable amount of time here just to have enough time to do this. Okay. Now for the tuition. So the tuition price is fixed in rubles actually. So, but we still can give you some approximate information in dollars, but the exact amount depends on exchange rate, unfortunately. The full tuition for this cohort for 21st year is $18,000. But there are possible discounts, and they depend on your country of residence. So check the information on our website. Again, the link will be available, and you can find which discount you get for which country. The cost of tuition will be actually divided in 3 separate payments for 3 semesters. So you pay per semester. And the academic calendar is the following. So you will start your studies in September 21st. The first semester is till March 22nd. Then the second semester is from April 22nd to October 22nd. And the first semester is from November 22nd to July 23rd. Okay, and I think that's it. Now I think we have plenty of time for the questions.
Okay, yes, thank you very much, Vadim, for your presentation. We have some questions from our chat. I will voice them for you. The first question about course materials. How often do you update the course material comparing with past years?
Okay, yes, indeed, this is a good question. So indeed, the program is 1 year old. We have started, it is already started, and some students have already passed some courses. And indeed, if we see some problems in the program, we fix this. We update the materials, we update the problems, we update the videos sometimes, and we can change the content of the courses. If the question is actually about how do we data science is a live field, right? So it changes for years, so it's only 1 year passed since the first cohort, and it's not there was no need currently to actually update the program, but still we are thinking of developing new courses, and we will do it.
Okay, thank you. We have a question about knowledge. Do you teach basic knowledge or deep knowledge?
Yeah, the idea is that after this program, you will be able to start your career in data science on initial positions. That's the idea. So we have a pretty low bar on the entrance. So we designed the program to be available to a lot of people. So with various previous studies. So in the end, you will be able to start your career in data science.
We have a question from chat. How many courses per semester should I take?
Yeah, so it was on the slides. So as far as I remember, it's like eight courses per semester. Semester is a bit more than 6 months. In parallel, you will have 2 courses. They are short and intense. So you have each course you have just for 6 weeks. So it's like one month and a half, and the course is done, and you have passed the course. But you have to work really hard during this period.
We have, I think, interesting question about graduate school. Can I continue my study as a PhD after the program?
Yes, sure. This is just a normal master's program, and of course, after master's program, you can apply for PhD studies, and this is quite possible. And I think the research track is the most suitable for this. But actually, I think you can do it after data science track as well, and so depends on your interest in which field you are interested.
And we have a question about certificates. Are any English level certificates required?
No, we do not check. We do not check your English upon entrance, but the entrance exam is in English. So the problems in entrance exam are in English, and so you need to learn English.
You have to know English, yes. Again, about scholarship, are there any scholarship possibilities for the program?
Yeah, the scholarships are depend exclusively on your country of residence. So it just depends on your country of residence, and basically that's it.
Yes, questions about diploma. Will online mode be mentioned in the diploma?
I don't think so. If I'm wrong, please, colleagues, correct me. But I don't think so. I think it's just the standard, diploma, just exactly the same as for offline programs. And the support is comparable. So we actually provide you the support, live support that is comparable to offline programs.
Yes, Ksenia said about it. Yes, I know that HSE has specialization in data science, and I think this question will be also relevant for future students. If I take a HSE specialization on Coursera, can I transfer the credits to this degree?
Okay, so I think the question, I guess that the question is about so the specialization on mathematics for data science.
Yes.
The light versions of our courses. Yes. And the situation here is that we will not be able to transfer the credit, as far as I understand. Again, the colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong. But for the exercises, if you pass some exercises there and they are actually repeated in the program as well, we will transfer your score in this exercises. So if you solved some problems before in the open specialization, you will not have to just solve the same exercise again. We believe that you have already done this, and we will transfer the score. For the credits, it's not possible, I'm afraid.
Okay. Questions about time. How many hours in the workload per week does the program appropriate for full-time workers? Again, about
yes.
This.
So you are supposed to devote 30 to 40 hours a week to studying this program. I think it is possible to work at the same time, and I think that some students, many students are actually doing this, and I think it is possible because of just flexible timelines of the course. So most of the videos and all of the videos and most of the exercises, all of the exercises are on Coursera platform, and the deadlines are fixed, but you can take past exercises at the time that is convenient for you. You can do it after work, you can do it during weekends, and so on. So I think due to the flexibility, this is possible. It is possible to work at the same time.
And question about resources. Do you provide cloud resources for practices?
Okay, I think yes, I think so. It is relevant only for advanced courses. Actually, for basic courses, for the courses of the first semester and most courses of the second semester, you actually do not need such resources. Just resources on Coursera platform are enough. But for advanced courses, yes, we will organize something and provide you with resources when it is needed.
And one more question about research work. Will there be research work on the program? Maybe research publications or something?
Oh, okay. So there is a research track, and during this research track, you will have projects. You have a machine learning project, but it can be research related. You have a project. You have your final project that was also in the end of the third semester, and you can do a real research during these projects. And regarding the publications, regarding whether I will publish the paper, the answer is it depends. So it depends on how considerable is connection of your project to the research.
Yes.
But it actually also depends on luck, because to publish a paper in such a short time, it requires you to be somewhat lucky and to find the right questions, the right topic just for you. It is not always possible, but if you start doing research here and then you proceeded during your PhD studies, of course, it is absolutely possible to get your publications at some point. It is even possible that you will get the results for publication during your master's program, but it is still takes some time to publish the paper. So it
yes, it's true. Thanks, it's wonderful. And the last question: will there be group projects in this degree? Group projects?
Yeah, I think this is a possibility to have a group project for machine learning project or for final project as well. So I think this is possible.
I think we have no questions now, but I know that Margarita want to speak about your role in this project.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Margarita. I'm studying support manager of this program. So I wrote in the chat the email of our program. So if you have any other question about educational process, about admission process, especially right now, because right now is admission process. So you can email us, of course. And actually, I want to add some details about admission process for international applicants, because I think it's important, especially regarding our previous experience. So if you international applicants, be sure about some preparation of admission documents like recognition process and and translation of diploma and your other documents like a passport, because it's really important, and be sure that you can do it in some short dates, because for example in our case we will publish the list of recommended students in the beginning of July, and you have to prepare these documents to apply finally apply to our program. So if you have any question regarding this process, also please email us too. So actually I saw the question in the chat.
Yes, we have about 10 more minutes. Yes.
What about exams after each course? I can answer this question, or Vladimir.
Yes. Yeah, I can tell you how your grade is organized. How do you get the grade in this course? Right. In each course you have a lot of exercises during the course, and actually all of them contribute to your grade. So your grade is accumulated during your course in all of the exercises. And we do not have any such a specific thing as an exam, some specific exercise that actually determines your grade. So it is accumulated during the course. Some of the tests are contribute less. Some of the tests can contribute more. I would like to mention some things that are more important usually. These are projects. So in each course you have a project, and it has a usually considerable contribution to your grade. And there are also tests, so there are also exercises that are staff graded. So some staff is grading your exercise, is giving you some extensive feedback on your solutions, and usually these exercises contribute more, and sometimes they are mandatory. So you do have to pass them to. In many cases, actually, they are mandatory. You do have to pass them to actually get a positive grade in your course. So this is how it's organized.
Okay, thank you a lot for the clear answer to the questions. We have no questions, but thank you very much for your presentation, and we move to the next speakers. I think if colleagues or participants have any more questions, they send them via the Google form that located below the online translation, and we move on to the next speakers. Thank you very much, Vladimir and Margarita.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You.
And now I would like to give the floor to the founder of the University of Career Development, Tatiana Minaeva, and her colleague Irina Uvarova. Irina is a career consultant. Colleagues will present a very useful and interesting topic, 2 rules to break when looking for a job. Are you ready, Irina? Can you start?
Hello, everyone. Tatiana?
Yes, we're waiting for Tatiana.
Okay. So maybe I start when
Yes, of course, if you can.
So we represent University of Career Development. For Russian speakers, it's known as Университет карьерного роста. Maybe somebody learns Russian, so we are easily found by this name. So we are a group of career consultants founded by Tatiana Minaeva. We are waiting for her to join us.
Yes.
And yes, and we help our clients to find dream jobs and winning the interview and preparing winning CVs and cover letters and supporting our clients till the final goal, their employment. So this is what we do. So,
waiting.
Is Tatiana with us?
Not yet, not yet, not yet.
So, okay. Our topic today is 10 rules we need to break when searching for a job. And normally, I'm sure every one of you started as a job search, maybe temporary one, maybe already somebody searched for a job and already has some experience. So we will talk about rules to break. So normally, we start with composing a CV, so it's standard way. And our new rule is to start with a different thing, is to start with increasing your self-esteem. So having a high self-esteem, you will have a good approach and a good mood to write a better CV, believe me. So I will give you some techniques how to raise your self-esteem. So it's a very easy task. You need to take a sheet of paper and a pen and write 10 or maybe 20 of your best character features. So what are you good at? So, and after that, you read your list and start to compose your CV with a better self-esteem. Or some other technique could be to do something that you are good at. For example, like to make just to settle a very simple quiz that you're good at, or to do it in math, or maybe just win some game, mobile game. So and then you praise yourself, you get appraisals, maybe by this application or whatever used, and with this raised self-esteem to start composing your CV. So number one was to break the rule and start not with composing CV straight away, but by increasing your self-esteem. Okay, I move now to rule number 2. Normally, we consider that job searching is a personal business. So normally you work on that alone. And we suggest to break that rule and go co-working, being the group with other people doing the same, sharing tasks, results, sharing your experience, sharing your maybe search methods, feedbacks, and celebrating results. So, and it's even better if you use and have a leader of that group. And the best way is to have a moderator as a career consultant, so to be guided in the right way. So rule number 2, rule to break, is to go co-working and not working alone when searching for a job. That was tip number 2. So I move to rule number 3. Is Tatiana with us? No, not yet, Darren?
No, not yet.
It's a pity. So number 3. So we all know CV standards, and the normal one is to have a standard text CV. So our rule to break is to make us a video presentation showing your process of working. So this is a new tip, but not so many people doing that. So show yourself at work, how you work, what's your result of work, what is your feelings working. So thus you will stand out yourself from other candidates and impress your potential employer. So tip number 3 was not to go standard in terms of CV format, but go and prepare something outstanding, like video presentation of you doing your job. So now I will move to tip number 4. A common consideration is that job interview is answering questions. Everyone is preparing for the questions at the interview. And our new guideline is that interview is the process of selling yourself. And every question at the interview is a point of sale. So each question could be a point of sale. Even the question, what is your hobby? So the normal one, you're sharing just your hobby and saying my hobby is reading, for example. But here you don't need to stop and to add your selling, saying thus this hobby helps me to be in the picture of all their topics trends, or to be informed, or maybe to add some information more relevant to the job. Or for example, if the question is, what is your biggest failure? You would say that this question could be impossible to sell yourself, but not. So you can share your case from your job, saying that you was very close to failure, very close, but you had plan B and you used this, and so you settled the situation. Thus, you sold yourself, even telling about failures. So now
Tatiana is here.
That's great. That's
Great, yes.
welcome, Tatiana.
Finally, yes. Welcome,
Hello.
Tatiana. Hello.
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 So Tatiana, we just finished saying that interview is the point of selling, not answering to the question.
Yes, and I'd like to give you some examples from my experience. You know, if somebody asks me, Tanya, what is your hobby? Of course, I can answer that my hobby is volleyball. That's all. Yes, it's the answer, but it does not sell me. You need to give some more information about your hobby, the information which can help you to sell you and your competencies. For example, my hobby is volleyball, and you know, I like it for 3 reasons. First reason, it's a good tool for people managers, because there are a lot of situations of a lot of difficulties for teams during one game, and you know, a lot of members of team run to depression during one game, and you need to increase their energy, yes, to boost their energy, to give them emotions, to increase their self-esteem, and to believe in a victory after a lot of fails. And if you are a manager, you need to give a lot of emotions, a lot of positive to your team, to give them new good thoughts and good emotions for the victory. The second reason, it's a good tool for your learning system in your business, you know, because I'm coaching with several coaches. My first coach can give you some information and nobody's learn it during 1 year, but another coach, the second coach, give you only one exercise, and after this exercise all the team start to do right things, one exercise. And for me, it's a good tool for learning a lot of interesting tools or methods to teach people. And the third reason, it's about result, because in volleyball there are a lot of tournaments. Usually you go if you start to play volleyball, you lose a lot. Now, during 2 years, you're a loser, you know. And but after 2 years, you start to win one set, and then one game, and then the tournament. And you know that results, the victory, exist in the future. It's definitely. You teach and train, and after that you will be on the first step, and that's why I like volleyball. You know, I said you a lot of information about volleyball, but I told you about myself, about my competences, and you need to give this information, to give a lot of information which can help you to sell yourself.
Yeah, great, Tatiana. So you're a perfect seller. Yeah. Shall we move to the next point? So normally candidates thoroughly study a vacancy, then applying, and then waiting for a reply for the company. And if this has no success, then move to another vacancy, and then also repeat the same tactics. So we advise to multiply your number of job applications by 10 times at least, and have better and faster result. So the point is, the more people you know about yourself, the more ears hear about your competencies, about your experience, know you as a candidate. So the better, and the faster you get the result.
You know, Irina, we have a lot of candidates in our company, and the candidates usually try to find their vacancy, they are fit 100%, and they try to find, oh, this one vacancy, all requirements I fit. That's why I decided to send my CV. But sometimes your labor market is not the wide. For example, you decided to be a GR manager. Only several vacancies in the market, and you can send several CVs to several companies. And what after that? If you give no answers, you need to send your CV to all GR directors, to all GR managers from LinkedIn, Facebook, some professional sites, and so on. It's not about vacancy applications. It's about networking. A lot of people should to know about myself, about my competences, and I need to share information about myself everywhere. You need to have this mindset, not about vacancy applications. Everybody should know about me and about my experience. That's why hundreds of attempts and a lot of companies should know about your CV. And about managers' way of thinking. A lot of managers usually think about hiring new person. They think, oh, I need it, but it's a long process. I need to give information to HR manager, and HR manager will give you several candidates. Oh, I have no time to interview now, and I need to write job description several hours. Yes, I need this person, but have no time to find it. And if you send your CV, he will think, oh, I need it. Only one interview.
Yeah.
Yes, that's interesting. Please, HR manager, please conduct interview, and let's start the interview with this candidate.
Yeah, exactly. You normally, yes, you need to apply more, and if you don't have enough vacancies posted, don't stop. You go and present yourself and become visible to your potential employer. Yeah. So shall we move further, Tatiana?
Yes, our sixth tip.
Yeah.
That standard way of job searching is to be a candidate. I'm a candidate. I wrote my CV. I sent my CV now to different companies, but nobody knows about the way of HR usually think. If you like detectives, they usually say if we need to catch the thief, we need to think like a thief. And if you want to inspire HR, you need to think like HR. You should know about HR's everyday duties. Irin, a lot of candidates want to kill HR managers, and they always give me this information. Tatiana, why this this position is existing in the companies? They don't do anything. They don't answer me. They don't invite me on an interview. Why are they exist? And they have a lot of duties, and you should to know why they don't answer you. How to do it? Become an HR for 1 month. Maybe not for 1 month. Maybe you can have some HR intern during weekends, some weekends. Try to close any vacancy with HR manager. You need to know how HR manager try to find you, which keywords he plays in some job sites, how he reads your CV, what is really matter for him, or what does not matter. And you need to know how he usually call to candidates, and why he asks some questions and why he does not ask it, and so on. You need to become an HR. And all my recruiters, all my friends who has recruitment school recruitment experience, they really have a good career track, career growth. Some of them after recruitment went to marketing, some of them in logistics, in purchasing department. They have a lot of promotions and I think that of course they are smart, but they had recruitment experience. That's why they knew what to place in their CV and what to present at interview.
Yeah, absolutely right. So the normal way when a candidate and a recruiter is on the opposite sides, and each of them have some questions to another side. So candidates are not really happy about what the other side do and what recruiters do or maybe do not, and what they have many questions. So to understand the other side, try to be on that side, join that side maybe for a temporary job or for intern, for maybe helping, or even if you have already experience as a manager, a hiring manager, go and watch what your recruiter does. What are the steps in front of you? How the recruiter searches, and what is the job before, and maybe join that job, so to know better about what is the idea of the recruiter, what's the other side of that process, that helps you to understand, to correct your actions, and to win this process. Definitely.
Yes. Let's continue. Yes, and let's go to our seventh good tip. Okay. The standard phrase in the CVs usually sounds like recommendations upon on requests. Okay, it's really good that you can give some recommendations from your previous employers, but it doesn't sell you. You need to have something in your CV which really sell you, which really inspire HR managers. For example, place video recommendations from your previous boss, from your ex-boss, colleagues, from your clients, for example. usually candidates does not do that. It will be your unique, your selling point. And if some of my previous employees ask me to do for them these video presentations, it's okay for me. Imagine if you have only one phrase, recommendations upon on request, or you have the boss on the video who tells, I want to recommend this person because this person is really good in working with analytics, with working information. He is really responsible. He meets any deadline, and I was proud to work with this person. Unfortunately, he needed to move to another town, to another city. That's why we decided we needed to break our employers, to break our relationships, but he is really good, and I recommend you to hire this person. Irina.
Good. So also you can put some quotations from your clients, ex-boss, or colleagues in your CV. So you have already a ready reference for yourself as a professional. So rather the standard phrase references are available upon a request. So you already have some quotations. So or video, like I think everyone wouldn't mind to record 1 up to 5 minutes reference for you. So, and you will definitely stand out from other candidates. So shall we move to the next rule to break? So I can introduce it. Okay, don't mind.
Okay.
So normally it is considered that CV is a result of one person effort. So candidates compose CVs and then go straight to sending to doing applications, to using it straight away. So our advice to break this rule and to show your CV, to send it firstly to your friends, ex-colleagues, maybe professors, maybe boss, so to have a feedback to correct it. And after that, when it is already seen by 4 or 5 or maybe more people whom you trust, who knows you, then to go ahead and using it for job search.
Yes, of course, it will be better to send to your ex-bosses, your colleagues, your clients, not your mom, but maybe if she is HR manager, of course, you need to ask feedback from a professional HR manager. You need to know the truth, because a lot of people think that, oh, it's good CV, it's the best from my life. But the HR manager can tell you that no, unfortunately, it does not work. Your CV does not sell you, and you need to know this feedback and maybe to rewrite your CV. And in Russia we have some phrase that you need to have your own. You need to have several friends: policeman, the lawyer, the doctor, and HR manager. If you doesn't have any HR manager, please start to find it. Or of course you can hire a career consultant to correct, to audit and correct your CV. But please, it's not the thing you need to do alone. Your CV has some price. the HR manager will call you or will not. It's not about your really real results. It's about your presentation in your CV. It should be really the best, the masterpiece.
Yeah, and it should be presentation towards your career goal now, not just standard enumeration of your previous experience. So that's also the fact you should know, and you should feel and hear the feedback from your trusted people and your trusted career consultant, or maybe your HR friend. So to fix everything before you send it to your dream employer. So yes, that was our 7th rule. Yeah. Next.
And let's continue. Let's continue our 9th rule. I will start. Usually people decide to use standard keywords to find interesting vacancies for them. Mm-hmm. For example, if I am CFO, I start to search from CFO keywords. I want to tell you the story about it. One day, my client called me and asked me to go to the office to do some work for her job finding. I said okay, because she was extrovert person, and if she is alone at her flat, she does not have any energy for doing any things for job searching. And I told her, please come to our office to do this job. She came. And she started to do some work. After 1 hour, I asked her how was it, what was her results, and she told me, oh, I tried to send my CV for the first vacancy. What? 1 hour left, only first application, and you did not finish the first? Okay, let's give me information. What are you doing here? And it was difficult for her to find really good vacancies. And when I decided to create some searches for her, and for me it was she was the finance director, CFO, and we started to place these keywords: CFO plus MBA, CFO plus billion, CFO plus medical insurance. Because in Russia, if somebody asks you to have MBA, or somebody plays information about billions, it's usually about big company, and she wanted to be a finance director in really big company in corporation, and she has not any thoughts how to catch these vacancies. And in Russia, if the company offers you medical insurance, usually it's a big company with billions incomes. That's why we found a lot of vacancies very quickly. And then we did a lot of applicants, and we had a lot of invitations after that.
Okay.
Can you add something?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sure. So if you want to go big, yes, then use such words like normally standard name of the vacancy plus something regarding the big company that actually applies only to this size of the company, like corporate academy. Or maybe you could catch something using the name of a specific project you want to join, and only a limited company group works on that. Or maybe it should be the name of a software like SAP BI or something. So we know that it's normally for big companies. So thus you eliminate companies you don't want to in your search. And also you can go some values, like if you support green movement, so you can add something like go green policy, and then you catch the right value company. So maybe before searching, you need to think what is other names, other words, other keywords that help you to catch the right company. So, and here we advise you to go creative. So then you will catch your company.
Yes. Yes, and let's start to discuss our 10th rule and the rule you need to break. Usually people has one or several CVs. For example, if you start to find a new job in finance, you can have one CV for CFO position, one CV for deputy CFO position, one CV for chief accountant, for example, and you send to the different companies these CVs. But what are you usually doing after they don't answer you? What? Nothing. Or maybe you write the second letter. Oh, I send you my CV. Could you please tell me the feedback? You need to sell yourself. Remember, let's do 4 different CVs for one strategy. Therefore, 4 different CVs for CFO strategy. First of CV will be in PDF format, the second in PPT, PowerPoint, the third is a video presentation, and the fourth, it could be another format. And after you send your CV in PDF format, you can send your next CV like a video presentation, and after that another format, and the company can think if they were not sure are you fit for this vacancy or not. After this your behavior, they decide that you are smart, you are interesting, really interesting person, and of course they need to call you and to do some interview by phone from like a first step, and then of course your main goal goal on the telephone interview is to have invitation for the next step, for the personal interview.
Yeah, absolutely true. So you go and prepare several formats of one job strategy, and it could be text format, presentation, video presentation, or for example infographics presentation of you. And thus sending another presentation in a different format. You don't go and being annoying. You just present your numbers, your experience, your competences in a different way. Maybe this way, the next format you're sending is much better showing you, or much better understood by the people who watching you from the other side. So that's preparing different formats of your CV. You have already ready tools to present yourself. Normally, candidates just use just one standard CV and repeat sending it, if not receiving any replies. And thus, it's not a good strategy saying, okay, you see, this candidate sent me his CV again, or it's the same CV. It's not impressing. But if you present yourself in a different format to say, oh, that's candidate, look, now it's a different way. Oh, this is very motivated person. Let's call him. So, and interview. Let's invite him. So this is our final rule to break. So please use this and prepare your different formats of your CV.
Yes, yes. Okay, Irina, let's sum up, and maybe I'll do some additions for first 4 rules, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So our 10 rules you need to break are: first, start with increasing your self-esteem rather than start from preparing your CV straight away.
Yes, and I want to add some information about it. You know, usually candidates think that the main thing they need to do is to write CV or to search for labor market. Yes, but no. The really first step is to increase your self-esteem, because your CV under low self-esteem and under really good self-esteem are the different CVs, and their prices are different. Please, you need to be self-confident, but during all process of job searching, usually you have a lot of refusals, a lot of ignoring, and nobody answers you, nobody calls you, nobody wants to invite you. Of course, it's difficult to have positive thinking during all this process, but if you increased your self-esteem before, you can you will have good experience between all this, between the start and the end during all this process, and that's why you have to do a lot of exercises. And you know, you need to know about 20 different exercises to increase your self-esteem. It should be daily routine to increase your self-esteem. And we know several of them. If you told,
I shared two. So, to compose your characteristics, best characteristics, and I also told about switching to another things that you do, and also praising. It's also a good technique. If you set your timer for 3 minutes and then you do something in praising yourself for each very tiny things you've done. And then when the timer is finished, you just listen to yourself and to your feelings and think and feel how you feel better. And then you can switch to the to the CV.
And,
so it's
and then, and then, you know, if we say about self-esteem, it does not matter what's the level of candidates. If it's top manager, they it's difficult for them, because earlier I thought that you're top manager, it's your basic competence to be in good condition under a lot of pressure and a lot of refusals, but no, it's difficult for them. These exercises are really good for any level. If you are a student or your grade is a specialist or you're a top manager, please, it should be your daily routine to increase your self-esteem.
Absolutely agree. So second rule that we suggested to break is to go co-working instead of going alone in a job searching process. And this is
yes, because yes, because Irene, a lot of people usually do some things to do some job in the way that people did 10 or 15 years ago. Yes, of course, earlier people found a lot of jobs during standards ways, but nowadays a lot of things changed. That's why you need to change your way of job searching, and please don't do it alone. You need to have a team, because if you're alone, you send one or several applications per day and you think it's okay for job searching. But no, if you had somebody in the team who did 100 applicants per day, you can think, oh my God, another standard. Oh, he found work very quickly. But I tried to find the work during several months and zero results. And you can see some mistakes and successful behaviors, models of job searching. That's why you need a company for it. You can. It does not matter which professions. From which professions do usually people has in your company, but it's the most important their activities during this process of finding job. It's not about their competences or their professions. It's like clients hunting. It's like clients finding. A lot of activities and a lot of really correct activities.
Yes, it should be supportive team, so that gives you energy and experience, and maybe showing different standards. So our next rule was instead of a standard CV, make a video presentation to stand out from other candidates and showing yourself in the process of work.
Yes, because it's why people did not do video presentations earlier. Because it was difficult and the price was really high to do it. But now it's the cost is no rubles, now is nothing. And you need only your smartphone. And after video presentations, you can have a lot of invitations. And I have some experience with the candidates. Irene, I had a case with one girl. She wanted to change her sphere. She was a personal assistant and she wanted to move to event management. And she told me that, Tatiana, nobody invites me. I started to ask some questions. After that, I said, "Here, stop. Now we will go to do some video." And we did only one attempt. 5 minutes, she told about her work and her ways of achieving results, and it was amazing. And usually you need only 1 minute to sell yourself, but her presentation was so inspiring, and I decided that 5 minutes is really okay here for her. And after we place it, yes, she had standard CV, and we placed the link. Please, my video, 5 minutes about my work experience. And after that, she had several invitations immediately.
Great example. And it looks like a visiting card, a video visiting card. So it could be 1 minute, could be a bit more, but your feelings, your emotions, you're even presenting yourself like not a paper and a flat photo. It's the way you look, the way you smile. So it also helps and says much more than just text. So. Next rule that we suggested to break was to multiply your teams, multiply your
Irina, I'm sorry for interrupting. The 4th rule was about interview, yes?
About that interview is not answering, yes, the concept interview is not answering the questions, but to sell yourself. Yes, right, absolutely right.
Yes, and I want to ask you if you told about hiring manager and firing people, about the question of firing people. If not, I'd like to share this example. If somebody asks you some questions, you can answer this question, and you think, I'm good. They answered. They asked, I'm answered. But if you are people manager, you usually have this interesting question. Could you please tell me about experience you had to fire somebody? Could you please describe me this situation? And candidates usually, with a lot of pleasure, start to tell about this experience. Yes, I had a lot of experience in firing people.
Well, maybe sometimes they put some example, the worst case and details with all the feelings and nasty things that happened, sharing the truth, but even exactly the final process of firing. But
yes,
Tatiana,
yes, but it will be better to say about all you did to save this person.
To prevent.
How did you teach it? How did you help to increase his or her results? How many meetings did you have with this person? How you wanted to save her? And after all this process, how did you want to really save this situation? After that, you need to tell about the process of firing this person.
Yes, that you need to show your everything that you did to know the result, to know the reason for this misunderstanding, or maybe not the right results. And then if nothing worked, you need to say, okay, that you talked and decided that you go apart. maybe they don't need your feelings and like too much details. How was it? You can add that you are supported with the HR department and did everything according to the law. That's enough. But the real point of sale here is to show what kind of management you do, what kind of relationship with your employees, with your subordinates you built, and how you take a part if something wrong. So what you do. So that's the point of sale. Even in this question, you can sell yourself much better.
Yeah.
So next rule we suggested to break is to go multiple and to make as more people as possible to know you as a candidate, as a perfect candidate and professional. So I think I just enumerate others because we already did some examples here. So sixth rule is to use video references or quotation inside your resume rather than to put a standard phrase. References are available upon request. That the real things, video or phrases sell you more than just a standard phrase.
Yes, so, yes.
Next.
And the next is to become a recruiter.
Yeah.
Yes, please. You
go on the other side to understand it more.
You need to know how a recruiter or HR manager thinks. You need to know about his day, his duties during all the day. How he reads your CV, how he starts to find your CV, and you need to know why he or she ask you any question. Because please, if you want to do it very quickly, become a recruiter. Become a recruiter for 1 day minimum, but 1 month it will be better. Please start to be an intern in HR management department for 1 month, and you will sell you better and with a better price. We are really sure, and we believe in it.
Okay, great. Yes, and another rule was to go cooperative and in making the best CV and show it to your friends, colleagues, and your trusted HR or maybe career consultant. Next one, to go creative in the search, not using standard job name or company name, but go and put some specific names or competencies or names of the projects and functions to go to your goal company and job. And next rule was to have several different CV formats rather than one, and present yourself from different standards, from different points of view, and using techniques. Go not only text, go digital, video, infographics, and other you can imagine to present your experience.
Yes, thank you, Irina. Thank you. We have several minutes, and I'd like to share some experience from our career consultant work and to give some life hacks for candidates. Usually it's difficult to sell yourself, but you need to do it a lot, and we want you to have a lot of experience. That's why you need to send a lot of CVs to different companies, to have a lot of interviews, to present yourself many times to any person. And if you are in the chat, now we have interesting conference from High School of Economics and their degree, and just present yourself, just send several sentences about yourself, what who are you, which experience you have, everywhere to any person. Please give an interesting presentation about you, about what are you doing. And for example, okay, of course I can give you information that I'm career consultant. I help people to find their calling and dream jobs, but if I will not share any examples, it's difficult to imagine what really Tatiana do. What I'm doing, I'm first of all, I help people to write their CV, not standard, but masterpieces. How can I do it? If I was in HR about 10 years, and if a marketing manager give me his CV, I know which words I really need to place in their CV to increase their rating in job sites. And I know which questions usually a lot of employers ask a lot of candidates, and I do some trainings for interview. We play some games, and I say to my client, please imagine you're a candidate, I'm a HR manager. Tell me about yourself, tell me about your weaknesses, your strengths, tell me about your reasons of your leaving your previous job. And after they answer me, I give them feedback. I give them the truth about their real presentation. And you don't need to have illusions about your presentations. That's why you need somebody to tell the truth. And we have a lot of cases when somebody tells us that they have a really low salary and they need to have some negotiations with their employers to increase their salaries. And in that cases, we have some negotiation game where we have some negotiation games. After that, they have experience in these difficult negotiations, and they have this experience, and after that it's okay for them to go to their boss to ask salary increase. Okay, do we have some questions? Yes.
Tatiana, Irina, thank you very much for your very detailed and interesting presentation and useful advices. I see here several questions, and as we have only 5 minutes, I will just ask some of them, maybe 2 of them. Okay, the first question is how to explain to the employer a long break from work?
Interesting question. I'll try to start answering. So it's a question, of course, it could be detailed question towards the candidate, or like what is considered long. So several years, so maybe for somebody, some month is a long period. So normally, we talk out what was during this period, what were the processes. Maybe there are some projects he did. Maybe if it's maternity leave, sometimes there's very active projects in parenting, or maybe there is something with connected with the repair work or something, like very active selling or buying something, including the market search and managing the works and so on. We need to discuss these actions during this period and take out every skills and experience that related to the job the person applying. And normally you say there is a gap, but during this period you definitely did something. So maybe it's even a consultancy or helping somebody with no money, but you can package that as experience, as some experience. So normally we do this. But in any particular case, it's it could be a very individual way of hiding this gap.
Okay, thank you, Rina. And we still have 2 more minutes. And I have a very interesting question about specific conditions of online interview, because now we all moved online, and that's why we have several questions about that. Can you just briefly tackle upon that topic?
Yeah, everything went online, and now it's the candidates should prepare that sometimes online interview could be not long. It could be very short, and without some breaking time for, and it could be very straightforward. So that's one particular feature. Maybe, Tatiana, maybe you add something.
Yes, because if you went to an office, you have now 1 hour usually for interview, but if you have online interview and if HR manager or hiring manager decided that you're not fit for them, they can finish interview after 10 minutes, for example, or 15 minutes, and you have a little time to present yourself and to inspire them. The second one is about some technical moments, because if something went wrong, you need to give some solutions. If you didn't, they decide, oh no, we don't need this this person who describe the problem and does not give give any solutions.
Exactly. If for example the technical problem and you could not open the application that you set as application for the interview, and said I don't, or maybe you said I don't use Skype, and Skype is the standard to suggest way. So then probably they don't need you. You need to whether go and suggest maybe better to use FaceTime or whatever. It's a second, but if you insist, I'm ready to quickly study this new application and join you. So, but if you just refuse and saying, oh, I don't know, that's already this. They already start to evaluate you and this is not the best way to do that. So please be ready that you should study, sometimes prepare second plan B to be connected to to be ready to talk and negotiate with your employee or employer, potential employer. Yeah, Ksenia, do we have some more time?
We have some more questions, but unfortunately we have to give the floor to our two another master degree programs for their presentation. So I thank you, Tatiana and Irina, for their very useful presentation or career training, I would rather say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And
now
all the questions answered. Okay.
Yeah, okay, now we move forward to Valeria Stefanenko, who will present master program, it's Master of Finance. Okay, Valeria?
Yes.
I know that you are with us. Okay,
Yeah.
the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Hello to everyone. Welcome to our webinar. My name is Valeria Stefanenko. I'm a member of the Master of Finance team. So today I would like to present our new online program in cooperation with Coursera, Master of Finance. And first of all, about agenda. After my presentation, our Professor Elena Kidimova will conduct a mini workshop for you, and after that we will answer your questions. So I'll start from the presentation of the program. Concerning the general framework of the program, language of instruction is English, and we already told you that it's online mode. Lectures are pre-recorded, but you still will have live seminars, and we understand that most of you maybe already have their jobs, and that's why we decided to conduct live seminars 1 per 2 weeks, and at the evening time on weekdays or Saturdays. And taking into account that we have potentially different time zones, you will have these live seminars twice a day for different time zones. Concerning your future diploma, you will obtain an official Master of Finance degree from HSE University issued by the Russian government. And it was to notice that the online mode won't be mentioned in the diploma. So you will receive the same certificate as on-campus students. And tuition fee, standard tuition fee is $16,000. But of course, different countries have different level of incomes, and we tried to set discounted fees for developing countries and post-Soviet countries. So you can see in the slide the list of countries. And I would like to say that we sent this presentation to all interested in this program, and you will have this information at your disposal. So there is a link to the list, and you see the tuition fees for those countries. And the features of programs we already mentioned: online format, and it will allow you to study wherever you are. It's very useful, and for us it's a very great experience because we hope to have students around the world. And our instructors are practicing financial specialists, and most of them have the international professional certifications. And the course is based on the CFA Institute syllabus. If you don't know about this organization, CFA Institute is based in the USA, and this is the primary organization which is setting now in international professional standards for financial analysis. They built also the association of professionals around the world, and you can join to this association by passing 3 levels of CFA exam. So our program will provide also discounts for our students to pass those exams. Discount will be around 70%, and it's very helpful, because maybe you know already, for example, level 1 CFA exam will cost you around $1,000. So this discounts for our students is quite impressive. And Banking Institute is has already a very long history of a partnership with CFA Institute. We have on-campus program already accredited by this organization, and now we're in the process of finalizing the agreement for this new program. So of course, the core of all programs is the curriculum. So a few words about our curriculum. You will start on the first year from foundation courses. Of course, this is the basis for your specialization further. Within these courses, you will find advanced macroeconomics, advanced econometrics, theory of finance. Then specialization disciplines you can see in this slide, and it's interesting feature of our programs that, for example, financial reporting and analysis. In this course, you will have great opportunity to study two types of financial reporting. I mean, when you study in other countries, as a rule, I think you study international financial reporting. But here in this course, you will have opportunity also to study Russian financial reporting and find differences. And it will be for sure your advantage, for example, if you in future are planning to run business with Russian companies or maybe work in Russian companies. Also, within innovative courses, you can see alternative investments. For example, this course is very in trend today, especially after financial crisis, and CFA ethical and professional standards. So you also maybe heard already about it, that around the world it's in trend to know more about compliance, ethical standards for financial markets. And of course, you will have opportunity for electives. Electives you can see also in this slide. And please, I would like to attract your attention to the course, for example, Advanced Data Analysis and Machine Learning in Finance. That is also very, provides very vital skills today. So. And a bit about support for your future research. We have one of the largest databases access in Europe in our library, GC library. So these electronic resources will be open for you as a students. And concerning support for your career, we will provide access to Alumni Club, where you will be able to build your professional network. And also we provide you with different career workshops, advisory. So besides our alumni work not only in Russian companies, but also international companies, and from time to time they advertise through our office their open positions. So these all opportunities are also available for you. And a few words before workshop about application steps. You see in the slide our application dates. The main part of the application process, of course, your portfolio. You can find the portfolio composition on the website of the program, but the core of this portfolio, of course, your diploma and transcript of records. We also require recommendation letters, and the main part is motivation letter, because we would like to see how this program will be helpful in the future for your career, why you decided to apply for our program, what the reasons. So we would like to see, of course, highly motivated applicants. And You can also gain additional portfolio scores if you, for example, have prior work experience in the field of finance. We also taking into account your internships or traineeships, not only full-time, job. And in April, our specialization on Coursera will start, and the completion of this specialization, quantitative finance, will provide you also with additional scores. So besides, we are open to give you advices on your portfolio composition, so you can request the consultation. As a rule, our academic supervisor, Professor Vasily Solatkov, conduct these consultations, and you are able to discuss with him your strong sides and drawbacks, and how you can to increase the opportunities to chances to be admitted. And the second part of the admission process is verification of your English knowledge, of course, because the language of instruction is English, and we need to be sure that you have enough knowledge of that language to study and to write your final master's thesis. That's why, of course, for non-native speakers, it's obligatory to submit, for example, the previous diploma, which was obtained fully English, or English certificates from this list, IELTS, TOEFL, and Cambridge exams. And the additional option is available for Russian citizens. They can pass internal HSE English language entrance exam. And again, about application steps, so you see the deadlines again, and first of all, you apply online. You can find this link on our website. Then you upload your documents, and if you are admitted, you can finish your procedure, completing the enrollment documents. For my part, it's all. You can see our contacts. Please don't hesitate to write us, ask questions, and of course you can see two main buttons: apply and get portfolio consultation. So we are happy to assist you with your all requests. And now I would like to give the floor to our professor Elena Dimova, and she will provide you her workshop. So, Elena.
Hello, everyone. I need, so I guess I can share my screen, right? So that's okay. Okay, let me do that. Okay. So first of all, I would like to greet everyone who is joining the stream. My name is Elena Dimova, and I am a professor of the Master of Finance program. I should say that all professors are quite knowledgeable practitioners, and really inspired of being working with the students. So I'm delivering the course on corporate finance, and of course, the corporate finance is a really huge topic to elaborate on, and it's about dividends, it's about investment projects and many other fancy things. But today I would like to deliver with you some quite maybe specific things regarding the valuation process. So the topic of my short presentation is the typical mistakes that novice financial analysts make. And of course, during our course, we also look into these and many other mistakes and tips, right? How to be the best analysts. For those who are not quite aware of what the valuation is, we may define the valuation as really like a quantitative approach when analysts build financial models to evaluate either an investment project, or in the most cases, it's the value of the company. For which purposes the valuation is performed. For instance, the valuation is done for mergers and acquisitions deals, and we know that the size of the deals are really huge. Therefore, all the risks should be accounted for, and basically the deal value should be estimated. Also, for instance, the valuation is performed by equity research analysts when they provide recommendation for investors, because many investors are really eager to know if the stocks are overvalued or undervalued. So this is also about identifying the fair price of the company and for stock. So now, as for the plan for today, I would like to give you a very quick introduction to valuation itself, and then we will be focusing on the mistakes and how to avoid them. First of all, what are the valuation approaches? Of course, as in every field, you can do the same using different methods and approaches. So today we will be mostly focused on so-called discounted cash flow analysis, which really sounds quite a bit maybe scary, but the key idea is that you need, first of all, to learn the business, build a very detailed understanding of the business, industry trends, macroeconomic factors that have an impact on business, and of course assess the future prospects of the business. Based on that, the analysts typically try to forecast what will be the future returns for the company, what might be the potential investments, for instance, in capex, in expanding business, or maybe the company has an ambitious to grow in other markets. So all these assumptions finally are brought together, and the analyst built a quite sophisticated model. No, probably in Excel, or there are more advanced approaches how to do that. So of course, this model is not just for me to show you every figure in this model and not to scare you, but really to encourage you that financial analysis is really also about both hard skills and soft skills. And in the end of the program, all of our students, they really are able to perform quite high quality financial models that are used to give recommendations for the management of the company regarding the size of the deal, and of course for investors. So to start our evaluation story, I would like to show you the quotes of the well-known and respected professional in this world, in this area. This is the professor of the Stanford University, Aswath Damodaran, who has been involved in valuation for many years and highly respected by the financial community. For instance, his quote is, "Every valuation has a story. It's less of a science and less about the numbers that we think." So this is a really starting point of our analysis. And as I teach the students, we start doing valuation not with the figures, with numbers, but with really a qualitative approach. We, from business perspective, we understand what is the story behind this company? What is the story behind the industry? So what are the relationships between the suppliers, peers, and also probably relationships with the key stakeholders, which as an example, we can consider government or some labor unions, or some other parties that are also involved. So therefore, saying that, I would like to stress one point here, that there is no valuation is not the exact science. It's more about judgment, because you've also saw a very complicated, sophisticated financial model, and we should say that this model requires a lot of the assumptions. For instance, if you have to forecast what will be the how much revenue the company will get in the 2 years from now or 5 years from now. For instance, of course, you need to rely on something, right? On some data, maybe previous historic data. However, the historic data may not be 100% reliable because future changes. So even using this example, we see that doing this forecast is a quite challenging job. And of course, as a result, a lot of mistakes appear. For instance, here you could see just a list of the different mistakes. Basically, if you Google in the internet, you may find a quite aspirational articles that 150 mistakes in valuation. That number really feels scary, and today we will not cover 150. So I will not even read this list. We will go just one by one, and probably if I will have enough time to cover at least 3 or 4 mistakes, I think it also will give you a quite good understanding of the topic and maybe also some levels of the boost your levels of engagement, right? Okay, so valuation mistake number 1. All analysts really spend much time on the company when they work on. And if you are so much time spent on learning about one particular object, so it's really inevitable that you become really fond of this, right? So many analysts, they really do love companies that they investigate. So sometimes this may result in so-called overly optimistic forecasts. So overly optimistic forecasts means that you believe that the revenue numbers will be much higher than it actually may be. Here on the bottom, we have an example of one company. And for instance, I would like to draw your attention to the final line. For instance, here we see revenue growth. And 2 years from the historic perspective, the year 2015 and year 2016. For instance, we see for the year 2015 that there was really drop in the revenue from year to year, right? The decline. And for the year 16, there was increase in the revenue, however, not quite significant, right? Like almost flat or 0. However, what is covered in blue, this is like a forecasted period. So this, the job of the analyst, try to figure out what the revenue will be and what the revenue growth will be. And so here we see quite amazing figures that next year, even in spite that the previous years, the performance were not quite impressive, we see that in the year 2017, the company will increase its revenue like 20%. The next year, even more, again, 20% from the base of the previous year, 25%, 30%, 35%. So I should say that that's a really ambitious growth perspective, and there are not so many businesses who really can achieve that. If you, for instance, spot such figures in someone else's financial models, you should really ask the analyst, so please justify, right? So why do you think that the company will grow that rapid? That may be something unique that company possess, probably that's a patent. Or there may be, again, some new market that company created, and it's now may play a dominant role on this market. Really, all the customers just want to buy products of this company only. So this is mistake number 1. Double check that you don't make overly optimistic forecasts. Let's go further. The next valuation mistake relates to the forecasts of how much money the company is going to spend on expanding the business and investing in real assets. For instance, this is a special word for them, CapEx, capital expenditures. So one of the example of the capital expenditures when company buys, for instance, or wants to build the new factory, and company needs maybe even to buy piece of parcel of land, then it needs to buy equipment, it needs to buy some machines or assembly lines. So all the things that I mentioned, these are example of CapEx. One of the typical mistake is that junior financial analysts, they may ignore the link between the growth in the revenue and growth in the fixed assets, in real assets that company uses to produce the product. For instance, I would a bit later just comment what do I mean. I would like to draw your attention to the quadrants that we have here. They are in red, and we see that what we have on the slide. This is net operating profit after tax, right? So which means, no, okay, keyword here is profit. And when we talk about the cash flow, we see the percentage change. For instance, it is estimated that the cash flow of the company will grow like 13 or 16% year over year. On the other hand, when we look into the line capital expenditures, which means our investments in real assets to grow the business, that's number even negative. So how this can be? We expect that the company will earn higher revenue, but this means that company should produce more products. And to produce more products, it needs more facilities. However, we see here that facilities are basically like shrinking. Even so, the company does not invest more. The company invests even less than in the previous years. So this is this is really a discrepancy. So also, for instance, one more hint when we talk about the investments in CapEx is also to consider and appreciate that CapEx may be different. For instance, first of all, there may be investments that we need to make in order to maintain the current base, production, right? For instance, if we have 10 machines producing something, it's still required for us to make investments sometimes to keep these machines updated, new, and fully operational. On the other hand, there is another part of the CapEx which is associated with the growth, right? So here's another part of another approach to forecasting. So we should link the investments in this growth CapEx with the expansion plans of the company. So here also should be the link. For instance, maybe some of you know or had courses on financial analysis or accounting, and you know a number of the ratios that we use to do performance analysis of the company. For instance, it might be net margin or it might be leverage. Here, I would like to draw your attention to a so-called asset turnover ratio. So what is special about this ratio? So this ratio gives us the certain proportions, the certain relationships between the revenue and assets. And for instance, this asset turnover ratio may be helpful in order to spot some mistakes in our evaluation models. For instance, let's look at the ratio itself. For instance, we see that in the denominator, we have revenue, and in denominator there are assets. If we make sure that we make assumptions that if revenue will grow, we also should grow our asset base, we mathematically, with mathematical intuition, understand that this ratio should not change much, right? Because revenue grows, for instance, 10%. And also we expect that assets also should grow. So the total ratio will not change. And for instance, here we may show that using the example of the Toyota Motors. For instance, here we have revenue numbers. We have the historical numbers of the total assets, and we have the asset turnover ratio calculated. So please be mindful that here is a relatively long time period covered, 5 years, from 2015 to 2019. However, we see that the asset turnover ratio is more or less the same, right? It's roughly around 0.58. So if such ratio changes significantly, so this is definitely may again spot some mistakes in the valuation model when you grow your revenue. However, you don't make any adjustments to how much money the company should invest in CapEx. So this is mistake number 2 and how to fix it. Here I would like one more time to draw your attention to necessity to distinguish between so-called maintenance CapEx and growth CapEx. And for instance, for the purpose of forecasting, we may ask, okay, so if I still want to understand how much money the company should invest, right? So again, it's estimates, you don't know for sure. And at least the starting point is that CapEx should be expected at the level of 100% of annual depreciation charge. What does it mean, depreciation charge? So this is that you somehow, make some expenses, and this is included in the price of the unit of products that you sell, and ultimately over this depreciation expenses, you gradually accumulate again the amount of the money that could be invested again for instance, in facilities, right, in assembly lines or in machinery. So just to sum up, here at least the CapEx should be on the level of the depreciation charges. Okay, if you feel that it's maybe a bit more complicated for you, this talk about the depreciations and CapEx, no worries. Let's go to the mistake number 4. Mistake number 4 is related to the financial model itself. For instance, the key idea behind the valuation is that we use the concept of the time value of money, which maybe some of you know from your quantitative finance course. And also the key idea behind the valuation is that the value of the asset is determined by the future benefits that we can get from this asset. In case of company, future benefits are net cash flows. So what does it mean? It means the revenue minus all the expenses and investments, and what is left, these are pure benefits, pure like money that potentially can be distributed between the stakeholders of the company, or in other words, investors, and for instance, bondholders. So therefore, for instance, when you look into the future, we may think of 2 particular parts. So one part is the cash flow that we forecast for the nearest years. Typically, the analytical capacity and forecasting capacity is quite limited, because if we at least knew something or know something about maybe the next year, because we see the plans of the management, they announce what they expect to do. Also, we may rely to some extent on historic data. So, for instance, typically the forecasting horizon for 5 years in the future is okay. And however, the second part is the period that we can't estimate with a high level of the reliability, and this is known as terminal value. These are all the benefits that come in that unknown future period. So the last idea that I would like to illustrate here is, for instance, for those who already have had the practice of building the financial models, one thing to check is that this total value, you should look into the composition of this total value. And for instance, the terminal value should not present more than 50 or 60% of the total value of the company. Okay, so I'm still so inspired of delivering much more to you that I currently able to do within this quite narrow time limit. So probably I will stop myself here. And I guess we have some questions, right, to answer. Probably my colleague will start first.
Yeah, Elena, thank you very much for diving into the professional area of your program. That was really very exciting. And as I see, we have several questions and 5 minutes for answers. I will then read these questions for you. First is, how can I prepare for studies at the program if I have a bachelor degree in the major not related to finance and economics?
I think,
Valeria, or
yeah, I will try answer this question. Yeah, question is very good. You can start from our specialization, which will be launched in April, HSE Quantitative Finance. And thanks to that specialization, you will be able to fill the gaps in your knowledge, first of all, and of course, understand your readiness to study in our program. So I think it's the best way to understand, are you ready or not? Maybe you need to find more courses to study background.
But from my side, I also would like to encourage students to attend the program. We have a quite positive experience of accomplishing the program with bachelor students who attended a bit different program, not related even to finance, but because that was the field of their interest, so that really worked well, right, for them.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. One more question. Will this master's degree be useful to me as a private trader?
So I will start to answer. Okay. So private traders are different, of course, and some private traders are just starting their path. So if you do not have any education in finance and it's new for you, at this program you will be able to get foundational knowledge and skills. Besides, the master's degree will teach you to do quality research and solid market analysis. You will learn also to adapt your market analysis to changing market conditions. It's also useful for this profession. And finally, of course, you will be acquainted with compliance and ethical standards, that thanks to the fact that the degree is based on the CFA syllabus. So I guess in this way it will be useful for them.
Valeria, and maybe could you one more time to show the structure of the courses, because it's really self-explaining. I guess this will answer all the questions. Okay, meanwhile, Valeria is opening the presentation. I would like to draw your attention that this program is run together with the CFA Institute, right? So, and for instance, all the disciplines, these are basically for investors as well. For instance, here through the curricular, you may see that all the instruments are covered. For instance, you will learn how to value the equities, so how to value bonds. So what is special about the derivatives and some other alternative types of the instruments? For instance, we also could see that if you choose some electives, you will build a quite sound understanding of the startup financing issues, venture capitalist investments, and private equity investments. So, and moreover, of course, the quantitative methods in finance gives you a very, very strong hard skills on performing all these calculations. So, because I also, like on my way to accomplishing the CFA, I could say that if you want to really be deep into the subject, you really need to know some formulas, right? And that's not only about story about the company that I talked a bit earlier. However, it's also about understanding how you can do the calculations and what the price should be. So how to, yes, what should be, how do you understand if the certain stock is overvalued or undervalued? So this all requires the forecasting, calculations, and applying quantitative methods and learning a lot about the instruments themselves.
Okay, Elena, Valeria, thank you very much for your presentation and answers. And now it's time for us to give the floor to Irina Ivashkovskaya, the academic supervisor of online master degree program in business analytics. Professor Ivashkovskaya, please.
Nice to see and to hear everybody. If you also hear me, I'm really happy, but I would like to know whether you already see the screen. Do you? Because I'm going to present my set of slides. So do you see the slides, please?
Yes, we can see your slides. Everything is okay.
Okay. So I'm a professor and I'm a head of the School of Finance, which is a divisional structure in the Faculty of Economic Sciences. And that's why we are teaching all areas in finance, starting with different directions and areas in accounting, going to the capital market, business valuation, corporate finance, risk management, banking, so on and so forth. So my title of the presentation is a little bit ambitious, but I would like to underline that our program, which is really brand new program, globally positioned, is really about new directions in the business analytics. We would like to move you much far beyond the traditional approaches, which were really used for many, many years in financial analytics. To escape some misunderstanding, our program also provides the diploma in finance, but with a major in the business analytics. And that's why I would like to explain what do we mean by the revolution in the business analytics and how our program helps to understand what is our understanding of business analytics. So the first very important point to mention, this is new direction, number one, to my opinion, in financial analytics and business analytics overall. And it stays on the fact that, of course, when we're trying to make the valuation of the company, we are trying to work with the ratios, we are trying to explain which particular value for the ratio we are going to use in our models. But what is more important to our mind, just to explain how the value depends on the financial data as compared to the non-financial data, because every company uses non-financial resources. And those resources are out of the balance sheet, are in many situations out of the annual company's reports. If you look at that first slide, you can see that even in 1975, almost 90% of the market value of the company has been explained by the net assets that you can see easily in the financial reports for this particular period of time. And only 10% was explained by the so-called intangible resources, or it's better to say non-financial resources. If we now switch immediately, jump immediately much closer to the days we are now in 2015, vice versa, only 10% of market value is going to be explained by the data from the financial report, which comprises the balance sheet, of course, profit and loss, cash flow statement, and all these financial ratios. And the 90% of the market value and its changes is related to the non-financial data, which is still not presented even now in 2021 in financial reports. Why is this way? Because the nature of the company is already changing. Even for the small and medium-sized company, we have also to announce that the business models are really changing. We are now talking about the so-called knowledge firm or the living firm, which should be really capable to adapt to all the changes in the market by itself, inside itself. How it's going to adapt? It's going to adapt through the creation of the unique knowledge, which is non-financial type of the resource, which is not shown in the financial reports of any company. It's going to be adapted to the very quick changes and really sharp changes in the competition by the so-called specific investments, which are driven by the non-financial stakeholders, employees, the clients, suppliers, so on and so forth, because those people are bringing these non-financial resources to the company. That's why nowadays in strategic management, our colleagues are saying the company is not a thing. It is not collection of the tangible assets which can explain its success. No more, you cannot explain the success of the company with the tangible assets anymore. And they are not driving the changes in the company value and in the company performance itself. There is no way to be reverted back to the financial capitals and just look into the financial reports to explain what's going to happen to the financial performance of any company, what's going to happen to the value of the company. And that's why nowadays, I would like to say, the finance profession transformation journey number one means we are in the nearest future, no more will be talking about chief finance officer. We will be talking about chief value officer of the company, because finance profession traditionally was perceived as just working with the pro forma statements, working with the financial ratios, working with the variance analysis and building the forecasts, mainly deriving them from the previous financial data we already got. And to become the chief value officer, the finance director of any company should be cross-functional. He or she should know very well all the functional activities, because the company is now based its business on the so-called multiple capitals. And in a minute, I will switch to this very important point. So the non-financial data now becomes the pre-financial data. And that's why the second very important point means that the second type of transformation, big shift, is related to the so-called regenerative economy. In our society, now everybody in every country does perceive, does feel that the economy has to be changed, because there are many environmental, very severe problems. There are still many social dramatic problems in many companies, in many countries. And of course, we need to understand how the boards of directors should react to all these very dramatic changes. That's why nowadays the whole world is talking about the environmental, social, and governance sides of any company, so-called ESG risk factors, ESG performance of the company. And now it's of critical importance to the long-term viability of any company, how the company operates in terms of the environmental, social, and governance risks. And it's no more very simply that we should just think about the increase in growth in the economy, increase in growth in the company itself. So we need now to balance between the growth versus the value of the company, because the price for growth is now very much changing in terms of the environmental consequences, social consequences. And the role of the boards, the governance agency of the company, is dramatically changing as well. So that's why we nowadays should be very aware that when we are looking at the strategic goals of any company, we are no more talking about the maximization just for shareholder value. We need now to switch to the so-called stakeholder value maximization or stakeholder value creation, when we are looking overall on different types of stakeholders, not only shareholders, bondholders, debt holders, but also non-financial stakeholders. Why? Because those people, non-financial stakeholders, they are generating intellectual resources, and that is really important. So something has changed to my slides. Okay. So we need also to understand, sorry. We need also to understand that the program that we are trying to present nowadays, that program should prepare people who will be analyzing the different businesses in the world in a very new manner, because we need to understand that non-financial data should be also measured. Non-financial data should explain that gap between the value and the financial drivers, and it should explain the exposure of the company to the ESG risks. The non-financial data is only capable to explain the gap between the short-term vision of the changes in the value of the company, and on the other side, long-term trends in the value of any company. And it's no way now that financial analysts in the nearest future will be capable to make valuations of any companies without the so-called extra financial data. The term extra financial data is now becoming almost official term for the non-financial resources of the company. So those non-financial resources can be treated as pre-financial data because they are trying to explain the trends of the business, short-term versus long-term, and to explain the visibility in the long-term for the company itself. So we do think that this new approach to the business analytics will bring the new quality of thinking for people who can be capable now operate with not only financial numbers, but to understand and to measure and to interpret and even to understand the efficiency of non-financial resources of the company. And that's the trend in our profession as we think. And that's why there would be dramatic changes in the business thinking to the so-called integrated thinking, when you need to integrate non-financials with the financial performance in the nearest future and with the long-term vision as well. And you also need to prepare additional another reports. You need to give the structured data to the users, to internal users, external users of the data of the company. And that's why even in 2020, in December, there was a very important decision that now we need to talk about the so-called impact reporting or value reporting of the company itself. And why it is so important? Because any company must be visioned through at least 6 different types of capital. In traditional approach, we were keen on financial capital, debt versus equity, and the so-called manufactured capital, which represented the asset side of the balance sheet in the financial report. What was missing? Intellectual capital, which could be interpreted through at least 3 different components: the so-called client capital, human capital, and the structural capital, including digital capital of any company. And the last one, but not the least, the natural capital and the impact the company will make to the environmental resources and to the community as well. So what we are doing in our program, what we are offering you in our program, this is HSE program as well, and it's Master in Finance as well, with the major in the business analytics. And because this is Russian diploma program of our university, you have to complete that much amount of credits, 120 credits for 2 years of study in 3 different semesters. So we need to explain our 2 very important specializations. The first is value-based business analytics. And the second is strategic business reporting and assurance, or let's say value reporting, and how it could be audited and assured, because it will comprise lots of non-financial, not easily measurable data. The student may choose between these two specializations, and if you choose at least one of those specializations, you have, of course, after all the compulsory courses, you need to go through 5 to 6 electives to each specialization. Next, you need to go through the projects, because our approach to the program is so-called project-centered approach. And you need to complete 2 practical projects through your 2 years of studies in each specialization. So if you, let's say, if you follow the first one, you will go through 2 projects. In the second one as well, you will go through additional 2 projects, but related only to that particular specialization. And each specialization will also have so-called virtual research labs, applied research labs with international experts in the direct virtual webinars. So that's really important. We think this way. So I would like also to focus your attention on these virtual labs, because this is first very important argument to say our program has really global scope. These are going to be virtual webinars with international experts, and the examples of this are now presented in the slides. These are very small examples. It's not a complete list, of course. And today, after I finish my presentation, you will be capable to discuss the first type of specialization with Ilya Partin, who is investment director in Brain company, and he will be explaining this company very original approach to business analytics nowadays. You will be also capable to have communications within these virtual labs with different types of industry specialists. And you are exposed to the latest developments and the case studies on the so-called multi-capital value creation, which is the essence, the core of our program in business analytics. If you stick to the second specialization, strategic business reporting, or let's say it another way, value reporting, you will be talking to Stefano Zambon. He is the very important person and very well known in the world of intellectual capital all over the world, because he created World Intellectual Capital Initiative, not only in his country, in Italy, but in Europe. And he was for many years the chair of the World Intellectual Capital Initiative globally. You will be talking to different specialists who served for the value reporting committees, for integrated reporting committees in London, and now they worked in global consultants, let's say PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers. Why we think our program has a global scope? This is the first reason that I tried to present virtual labs with international experts, with the projects inside, with the industry experts in the field. The second type of reasoning is related to the cooperation with the professional associations. Those are associations, let's say, certified internal management accountants, international certification as well. We are talking with them to provide the certification, even not only for different courses, just separate courses, but for the specialization itself. ISPA, this is the professional certification in accounting for United States, and ACCA, I think everybody knows as CFA, you know, ACCA, this the Association in Accounting and Financial Management as well. So let's switch to additional slides. During your studies, you need to go through 11 courses. You need then to switch to one of these specializations and to study 5 to 6 electives. You need to complete 2 projects. You, of course, need to write your term paper, and then you will need to write, of course, your dissertation paper. On a weekly basis, you can see this is more or less intensive approach, total 10 academic hours for online studies, including videos for lectures and of course, live webinars. Of course, as any student, everybody should read, everybody should go through different assignments, and of course, you will have your office hours with us. This is a very original project because it's totally online. But of course, we care about students, and that's why we are planning the so-called micromodule in career planning. We are developing the communications to start then when you are at the end of your first year in the degree program, the so-called career drop-in sessions with different headhunters and different specialists from human resource management from global consulting companies. You will be working in these career drop sessions with our alumni of our existing financial programs, because we are running for many years, let's say up to 15 years existence of different master degree offline finance programs. And of course, you will be part of the alumni meetings with big, large employers. And of course, you, as I already explained, will be part of the so-called virtual live meetings with them, and as well as with the alumni. You can build your own communications. You will get those connections with the international experts in the field, as I already mentioned. And the tuition data, you can look at the web page. Of course, I'm not going to spend much time for this. And we also are opening the open specialization with the open content, which will include 5 courses, which will provide the background to value-based business analytics. And they will be opened in April. You can see the list of those courses. We already made all these videos, and now they are in the latest stages of the production process. If you make a decision to apply, just first please consult our web page, and you need to be aware that because the Russian diploma will be given of our university, then you need at first have your bachelor degree diploma. And at second, you need to provide your portfolio. Your portfolio can include very different, your personal achievements. You can demonstrate them if you just give us your certificates for different online courses, especially at Coursera. We can also talk in our personal meetings with you. We can set up them through Zoom in the nearest future to explain you what we will expect in these steps of your achievements. Of course, if you already passed some professional exams, those are also good examples of your achievements, so on and so forth. For the students who are Russian-speaking students, you should provide and you should pass the English exam or provide us international English certificates. To finalize, I have to say the admission process is ongoing already, and you can write to our manager of the program, Albina Turdueva, and just set up a meeting with myself, with my colleagues. We can explain you everything, answer all your questions, because nowadays it's very short period for presentation. Here you can see all our addresses. Of course, it's available on the web page. And at that point in time, I just stop, and I would like to ask Ilya Partin from Brain Family Company to step in and just try to support what I was trying to explain about our program. Thanks.
Great. Irina Vasilina, thank you very much. Everybody can hear me, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Could you please finish the demonstration of your screen so that I can mine?
Okay.
Yeah. Just a moment. Great. So just a moment,
That was exactly полноэкранный режим, чуть ниже. Here it is, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good. So everybody can see my screen now, right?
Yes.
Great. So ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to make a presentation today. I would like to talk about an approach for assessment of startups, which we use in the family office BRAIN. So the name of the family office you can see on the first slide. I'm an investment director in this office, and I would like to share with you today the challenge which we have as an investment team in our family office. As you can see on the slide, the investment team is in the middle between investors and projects. So we have a number of investors, each of whom has their own investment preferences. And we have a lot of investment projects on the market, which we need to analyze. And since we have a lot of shareholders in the multifamily office, we don't have any specific industrial focus. So that's why all the projects which we analyze are from a diverse range of industries. And the challenge which we have is that we need to invent an approach which we can use to compare projects from a diverse range of industries. So the approach should be universal. So what we did is we understand that the approach, this task has already been solved on capital markets by using the risk-return approach, which can compare any investment if we know the level of risk and return of this investment. And when investment portfolio is created on capital markets, managers try to maximize the return, having the risk as a constraint. So this approach is universal. And when you create a portfolio, inside the portfolio, you can choose between different stocks, for example, by using the fundamental approach to valuation, like, for example, discounted cash flows, in order to understand whether the company is undervalued or overvalued. As Irina Vasilievna mentioned, this approach is changing now, but at least previously, the discounted cash flow was the major method which would help you to choose a specific investment. So if we try to apply the same approach to venture capital industry, as you can see from the slide, it can help us in order to choose between different stages of investments. For example, you can either choose the early stage like seed or series A, middle stage like series B, or the late stage. And for example, if you choose to invest in early stage startups, you are aiming at high return, but of course you exchange it for the higher risk as well. But if we zoom inside the early stages, inside that stage, it's very hard to pick the right investment, the right startup, and the traditional discounted cash flow valuation is not actually suitable. The reason is that most part of the startup value is created in distant future. And that's why financial model will have so many assumptions that the result of such financial model would be almost irrelevant. What can we do in such a situation? So an alternative is to use value drivers, and value drivers could be indicators of the value which could be created by the startup in future. So those are non-financial indicators which, by analyzing which we could understand or try to predict success probability of the startup. On the next slide, I would like to show you an example of the value drivers list which our family office uses in order to analyze the startups. As you can see, there are a number of drivers here, and there are 4 groups of drivers which are connected with growth, with competition, with profitability and sustainability. And when we analyze projects, we assign the grades for each of the drivers, and afterwards we calculate a simple average of those grades. And as you can see on the bottom of the page, in this particular project, the overall grade is 70%, which is exactly the level of approval inside our family office. So if we go back to the slide about value drivers, what I would like to show you is that, well, this approach from one hand is universal because value drivers are more or less the same in all the industries. But there are 2 problems. The first one is that criteria for assessment of those drivers are usually subjective. Because, for example, if you take competition or competition drivers, one may think that competition in the industry is high, others may think it's not that high. So you need to understand what are the criteria, and the different venture capital funds or family offices may have different criteria. But that's the first problem. But the second problem, which from my point of view is even larger, is that no one knows the significance of each drivers. So as I have already shown you, each driver has its own grade, but in order to calculate the overall grade, we just take a simple average, assuming that all the drivers have the same significance. But it's not the fact, because of course some drivers are more important and others are less important. So how can we understand that? Actually, no one is trying to do it as far as I am aware. But if we apply a scientific approach to this problem, what we can do is we can create a database where we can apply the same list of value drivers, but not to the current startups, but to the startups which were startups 10 years ago or 20 years ago, and about which we already know whether they are successful or not. And if we apply the same technique to this retrospective base of startups, we can have a database large enough in order to run a regression analysis. And regression analysis can show us 2 things. First of all, it will show us whether our grades correspond to the startup success probability. As you can see on the picture, if everything goes fine and the approach works, the larger is the grade, the higher is the probability of success of the startups. It doesn't mean that all the startups will be successful, of course, but the probability should be higher. That's on the one hand, and on the second hand, regression will be able to show us relative significance of the drivers, so that instead of calculating the simple average here at the bottom of the table, we would be able to use weights for each drivers and calculate weighted average grade for the project. As you may understand, creation of such database is a time-consuming and challenging task. But from my point of view, it's a very interesting task because you may apply this technique to former startups in order to understand the drivers of their success or failure. So we in a family office have already started to do it, and we would like to offer students an opportunity to participate in the process. So I would be glad to make this exercise together with you, and we would jointly choose former startups and analyze them using this value drivers assessment approach. And when the database will be large enough, we will run regression analysis and get the results. So that's it for now. Thank you very much for your attention. And I'm looking forward to working together with you to solve this problem of venture capital industry. So now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, Sergey.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sergey Grishunin. I am a senior lecturer in High School of Economics and also a CFA degree holder, and I graduated from Cornell University. And today my presentation is called Going Beyond Risk Management, and actually because modern risk management approaches started to address new global challenges. And one of such challenge actually is ESG risk, right? So they include those related to climate change, impact mitigation, environmental management practices, working in safety conditions, respect for human rights, anti-bribery and corruption practices, and compliance to relevant laws and regulation. And until recently, a company's environmental social governance approach was not considered as a major concern for investors. But today, this perception has changed because many shareholders now realizing that these issues are critical to companies' financial performance. And in the Global Risk Perception Survey published by the World Economic Forum in September 2020, the risk featuring environmental, social, and governance issues were ranked first, second, third, and fifth, as it shows on the screen, by the likelihood of occurrence. Concurrently, these risks were rated second, fourth, and fifth, and sixth by the global impact. And lastly, COVID-19 pandemic and its severe impact on global economy catalyzed the importance of majority of environmental, social, governance issues. In practice, actually, integration of ESG risks faces severe hurdles. And this is because traditional risk management models are focused more on traditional financial or business risks, and they overlook environmental, social, governance risk in many instances. But the neglection of this risk may result in catastrophic outcome for the companies, countries, and even planet in general, because the number of environmental, social governance incidents globally is constantly increasing, while their consequences are quickly spill over across industries and sectors. And Moody's, for example, recently reported that environmental, social governance risks have contributed around 36% of sovereign defaults since 1997. And there were a significant share of corporate failures due to environmental, social, and governance issues, including those in former Soviet Union. And moreover, assessing environmental, social governance risk is a very complex task because these risks have very high correlation with other risks, reinforce their consequences. The risks have disproportional downsides effect, and most of the consequences of climate changes will be persist for several centuries, even the greenhouse gas emissions stop completely. Conversely, consulting company McKinsey, for example, recently demonstrated that a strong environmental, social governance risk management can safeguard a company long-term success. That is why the modern integrated risk management should focus on development of environmental, social governance risk approaches and integration of these risks into the risk assessment models. And there are some difficulties, however, due to the lack of standardized corporate risk reporting and complex nature of those risks. And one of the efficient solutions is the development of environmental, social governance ratings and rankings for such purposes. And my practical experience of working in a rating agency, because I am currently a managing director of the largest domestic risk assessment agency, included the development of the environmental transparency ratings, actually. And we will develop such rating in our integrated risk management course in our master program as part of the project work. And going back to my experience, we developed environmental transparency rating of oil and gas companies in Russia, Kazakhstan, and Azerbaijan, and we developed this rating in 2020. And the reason for choosing oil and gas industry were first that main assets of oil and gas companies are located in climatically unstable zones. Moreover, the transfer of the production site in case of realization severe climatic situation is absolutely impossible or highly expensive. Thirdly, the elimination of the consequences of environmental, social, and governance risks, for example, equipment damage, is also expensive due to the high cost of oil and gas equipment. And the climatic risk in many cases resulted in the business interruption, which is a critical problem. And lastly, the number of environmental incidents in oil and gas companies in post-Soviet countries have been increasing. And the rating was based on the information available from public domain. And the structure of the rating included three actually main pillars. The first pillar, environmental management, assesses the quality of eco-management in the companies. And this included assessment of adherence of company practices to the global standards and best practices of environmental, social, and governance risk management. The environmental impact pillar evaluates the negative impact of companies' activities of air, water, or soil, as well as the level of environmental friendliness of their production facilities. And the third pillar evaluates the extent of oil and gas companies' readiness to disclose information on environmental impact to the stakeholders. In our project, in which I took part, we used quite simple methodology. Each company was assigned color flags for each of the criteria, red, yellow, green. At the next stage, points were assigned for every criterion. The companies were rated at each pillar by points earned, and the average score for each pillar were calculated. And the final rating was then calculated for each company by averaging 3 values assigned for every pillar. And the sample included 34 major integrated oil and gas companies in 3 countries, Russia, Kazakhstan, and Azerbaijan. And we rated 18 companies from Russia, 14 companies from Kazakhstan, and 2 companies from Azerbaijan. And the outcome shows that Russian companies are more efficient in managing environmental, social, and governance risk and have fewer incidents than their peers. Moreover, the level of disclosure of Russian companies is significantly higher than those in Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan. And this is mainly because the communication between the Russian oil and gas companies and their stakeholders, both local and international, has been going for many years, whereas the same process in Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan is at very initial stage. Secondly, CIS oil and gas industry is largely non-public. However, I saw a great example in Kazakhstan when the major Kazakh oil and gas company, which is Kazmunay, has voluntarily begun rating of their own subsidiaries to increase the quality of environmental reporting and inducing the competition among subsidiaries. Additionally, as you can see, higher score was demonstrated by companies which are working not only inside the country, but overseas. For example, Zarubezhneft, Russian company, is working outside Russia. Or these companies are raising financing on international markets. The firms with good practices include companies with international shareholding, such as Sakhalin Energy or ExxonNefteGaz, which is Sakhalin-1 project. This confirmed my thesis that majority of global investors paid significant attention to environmental, social, and governance issues. And the disappointing fact that the largest Russian oil and gas state companies, which is Gazprom and Rosneft, are rated lower than their smaller private peers. And this is mainly because they have higher number of environmental incidents than their higher rated peers. However, they demonstrated a substantial improvement recently in the level of information disclosure transparency regarding environmental, social, and governance risks. In the conclusion, I want to stress that he, in Higher School of Economics, pay great attention to the development of the theory and practice of environmental, social, and governance risk management. And we plan to include in our program several projects related to environmental, social, and governance risk assessment and management. And I hope that we are together with the students and listeners can enrich and enhance the methodology of calculation on environmental impact ratings, as well as expanding this rating into the social and governance domain. And thank you very much. And I wish you good health and stay calm and healthy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ilya. Sergey, Irina, thank you very much. So now maybe if we have several more minutes, I will ask you 1 or 2 questions because we have several, but we run a bit out of time. So the first question is about what is an academic background of the program? It seems to be very practice oriented. Will it be possible to enter a PhD program after graduating from your program?
Okay, then I will answer. This is Master of Science in Finance program. That is really very important to understand that, excuse me, I wanted to show, but maybe no time. So this is Master in Finance, Master of Science in Finance. And even now we have our PhD students from different countries. Let's say I have the student from Romania who is going to write on ESG problems on green financing, let's say performance of green bonds. So there is no obstacles to go then to PhD program, because in our program, despite its practical focus, as you really perceived, you really felt, we also have research seminar, which is foundation research seminar, the research methods in business analytics. It's a combination of different approaches, and there would be a team of researchers who will be delivering that particular compulsory course. And then in each specialization, as I already explained, you will have also research, but applied research projects, and to complete that project, to go through the data, you of course will have the guidance not only from the industry, as I already mentioned, but our colleagues from the academic side. So don't be afraid, because this is Master of Science in Finance. It's not MBA. This is scientific degree.
Thank you very much, Irina Vasilievna. And could you please stop demonstrating your screen so that we can see you?
Oh, I cannot find it. I don't know what happened to me. To my, okay, stop. That's okay.
Oh, now it's perfect. Thank you very much. Now we see you again. Thank you. And there is one more question about graduated careers. So what will the student gain after graduation? So
okay. Those who will graduate from our program, they will get different career tracks, I would say. Those students will have very new skills for financial management. They can work in the area of financial management first. They can also work in consultancy, because this is a very fast growing area in consultancy, in all strategic consultancy companies, and in all auditing companies and global for, let's say, like PwC, EY, KPMG, Deloitte. You can also work as my colleague Ilya Partin already showed, in such a very small boutiques, but very interesting, with very interesting approaches and technique. You can also work in investment banking as well, because if you need to understand the prospective of any company, nowadays it's inevitable that you need to measure and to understand the efficiency and productivity of non-financial resources. And I would say maybe first you need to understand these non-financials, and then understand how the financials are connected to the non-financials. So you will have very different career tracks in strategic financial management, in advisory, in consultancy, in strategic advisory pursuit, because any strategic consultancy company has people from corporate finance and from finance department. And you can also work as an auditor with the very new skills, how you're going to assure non-financial data, because this is very unusual nowadays. It's the newly started professional line. So these are a variety of opportunities.
thank you very much, Professor Vashkovskaya, and thank you to Ilya and Sergey, who was also with us today. It was the last presentation for today, presentation of Master of Business Analytics program. And our open day now is finished. Thank you very much for joining us, and goodbye.
Before we say goodbye, can I also add a very small point?
Of course, sure.
In our webpage, we have the plan and the list and the calendar of our so-called topical webinars, just to give additional insights in very unusual approaches to the companies we are going to develop, and you will be starting with us if you join us. So just go to the webpage and try to understand what particular topic is underway, and join us in our very specific webinars. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Waszkowska. And now we are finishing, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.